So hopefully Hunt and Paul, who are online, heard me on that. So we'll get started very shortly. So.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, we can hear that, Joe. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I can hear it too. Thanks.
Nice one.
Good morning, everybody. So we're going to get started with our first session of the day. And it's kind of appropriate that the session is going to be associated with cloud computing, because we'll just see how many people's heads might be in the clouds after a good night in Manila last night, or if any of you got up to watch any of the FIFA football games that didn't end until 5 o'clock this morning. So, and congratulations to Croatia and Brazil for moving on. But anyway, and actually, as we talk about cloud services and SaaS services, it's kind of appropriate as it relates to many of the topics that were raised yesterday as associated with sustainable procurement and more effective procurement, because essentially the use of cloud and SaaS is tied to sustainability and cost effectiveness in the delivery of services, because anything you do, there's an associated cost with it, because no matter what you think, you could build it, you can host it, you can build a data center, you can do everything you want. But at what expense do you do that? And many governments have leveraged cloud services, whether it's through government data centers, which basically it's all about leverage and leveraging and taking more value by sharing those resources. And the more you leverage, the more you can share. And many governments are consolidating data centers to have one data center just because the expense to do that. And as many groups who have built systems tend to realize after 10 or more years, there's a large cost. It's not the fact of developing the system, it's the maintenance and operating of those systems and the human capacity needed to support every aspect of those systems. And so the topic of cloud and SaaS is quite relevant to doing sustainable procurement in the delivery of your services, whether it's for e-procurement or any other government service that you might want to deliver. So today, myself, I'm Joe Fagan. Many of you have known me for many years. I've been a consultant with ADB and participating in many of the network conferences and sharing knowledge, and I've assessed and visited many of the countries to assist in the development of your systems. And today we're also going to be joined by three esteemed colleagues and friends and new friends who are joining our conference today. We have Hunt Lacasa from the World Bank, who's going to be sharing a preview to a new procurement note on cloud computing with us that it'll be published in the new year, but he'll be giving us the highlights of that. And it's helping governments strategize on how to use and procure the cloud services, create a strategy, and then plan for how you might deploy or make use of the services available. Followed by Hunt, we're joined by Simone Verena from Fiji, who's going to share his experience. He's been leading the way in Fiji for the implementation of EGP using SaaS services. And so they've been running their service for just over a year or two now, and they're getting very familiar with it. So he'll share the transition to EGP as a small island going to using a SaaS service. And followed by, we have Paul Featherstone of APPeN, who has been running the ADB's cloud service for the South Pacific Islands, who have been using that service. So Paul will be updating us on their system and the new features that are coming out in the platform that they have offering. And so without any further ado, so we can get started, please welcome Hunt Lacasa from Washington, the end of his workday. So hopefully we can get him to bed early so he can make another workday tomorrow. Go ahead, Hunt.
Great. I'm going to just deal with a couple of technical details. First of all, can everybody hear me? I'm assuming that's Joe. Is that a nod? You can hear me? Very good. All right, now I'm going to share my screen. Hold on a second. Share screen. Share screen. Okay. So I just want to make sure now that you can see the presentation. Can you see the presentation? Yes. Okay, very good. Okay. Well, thanks so much, colleagues, for inviting me to present. I'm extremely happy to be presenting. I'm not so happy that I'm not there. I do enjoy being in Manila with the colleagues at this event or wherever the event may take place. I do recall being in Tbilisi, Georgia for this event many years ago, and I do recall being in Manila many years ago. And it's always a great opportunity to network. Unfortunately, this week is also, we have a governance forum here at the World Bank. So we have we're having a forum ourselves. Anyhow, my name is Hunt Lacasa. I'm a senior procurement specialist at the World Bank. I work more on the reform side, working on electronic procurement solutions globally throughout the world. I've worked in Europe and Central Asia. I worked in Europe, East Asia Pacific, South Asia, and currently I'm doing a lot of work in West Africa. We've put together many reports over the years, which we've actually presented at this event several times. So this report that we're working on now, that we're just getting it edited and designed, is called Institutional and Procurement Practice Note on Cloud Computing. And the idea is to provide clients, bank staff, and practitioners with information on what are cloud services, what are cloud service providers, how do countries go about assessing clouds from a security standpoint, from a cost standpoint, and then how do you go about procuring them? Now, I'm not talking about how you would procure for a particular project, but how the country themselves would put together a marketplace or the way of procuring cloud services through a framework agreement for an entire country. So we'll discuss that. And I will go ahead and proceed through the presentation. Okay, so what we'll be talking about today is the benefits of cloud computing. We'll talk about the cloud service models. We'll talk about the cloud deployment models, the cloud security accreditations and certifications, lessons learned through the case studies. The report that we're doing is a case study approach. We look at 5 different case studies, 4 different countries in 1 city, Dubai, on different aspects of cloud. And we divide those up into 3 pillars: institutional coordination mechanisms, data classification and security framework, and procurement arrangements. And let me put my timer on here real quick before I forget. So that, okay. So what are the benefits of cloud? One thing we have is that we have identified risks of moving to cloud. Many client countries are very concerned about the cloud. Will their data be safe? Will they have sovereign control over the access of the stored data offshore? Will privacy be protected? Due to this inadequate assessment framework that they have to identify and assess their risks, they typically respond to the typical response to most client governments is to develop a government cloud, or what we call a G cloud or a gov cloud. And it's the logical for more sensitive and mission critical data, but it might not be the best for data that's open or data that's just not that mission critical. Adopting a hybrid cloud model, which leverages cloud services from the private sector to work in conjunction with a G cloud, can offer immense opportunities to save cost, improve security, enhance performance, and strengthen resilience. So the definition of cloud computing that we have in the report comes from the US government's National Institute of Standards and Technology. It's a model for enabling ubiquitous, convenient, on-demand network access to a shared pool of configurable computing resources. For example, network, storage, servers, applications, and services that can be rapidly provisioned and released with minimal management effort or service provider interaction. Cloud service models. The term cloud services refers to a broad range of services offerings, which can be categorized in either software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service. SaaS, which is software as a service, is a capability provided to the customer to use the provider's applications running on a cloud infrastructure. The applications are accessible from various client devices through either a thin client interface, such as a web browser, or a programmed interface. The customer does not manage or control the underlying cloud infrastructure, including network, servers, operating systems, storage, or even individual application capabilities, with the use of possible exception of limited user-specific application configuration settings. Over the years, many of us, including the Asian Development Bank and the World Bank, have been promoting SaaS systems as an inexpensive, effective way of getting up and running on electronic procurement systems. And if you look at the market, you can see that many of the EGP vendors are heading in that direction or already have headed in that direction. You can still find custom solutions out there and commercially off-the-shelf solutions with heavy customizations, but what you do find is that the market is definitely heading in the software as a service. For platform as a service, it is the capability of providing to the customer to deploy on the cloud infrastructure, customer-created or acquired applications created using programming languages, library services, and tools supported by the provider. And the customer does not manage the control of the underlying cloud infrastructure, including the network servers, operating systems, or storage, but has control over the deployed applications and possibly configuration settings for the application hosting environment. And then at the very low level, we have infrastructure as a service, and it's the capability provided to the customer to provision processing, storage, networks, and other fundamental computing resources where the customer is able to deploy and run arbitrary software, which can include operating systems and applications. The customer does not manage or control the underlying cloud infrastructure, but it has control over the operating system, storage, and deployment applications. The top layer of the cloud service is the SaaS and is the most packaged solution that can be deployed by the cloud service provider with minimal management requirements to the customers. But going down the cloud service layers, you have the platform as a service and infrastructure as a service necessitate greater management and configurability. And generally, customers have higher risk of vendor lock-in when more of the service is managed by the cloud service provider. As such, SaaS solutions have higher risk for vendor lock-in compared to PaaS and IaaS, as the services are almost exclusively managed and configured by the cloud service provider. So here you have the shared, a diagram of the shared responsibility between the customer and the cloud service provider. Here you can see on the very left that on-premise, everything is managed by the customer, from the data application, the network infrastructure, and it's actually physically there. For infrastructure as a service, what you can see is that some of those services, such as the virtualization, networking, infrastructure, and the physicality, is actually part of the cloud. That's the infrastructure. And as we slowly move into the platform as a service, you can see that the operating system is part of the platform. And then when you get to the software as a service, you actually have the applications hosted on the cloud. And here you have an example services available to cloud customers. And you can see these are some typical examples of, for a platform as a service, you might have a business intelligence platform or a database, or there might be some integration or development and testing. For the infrastructure, you might have storage, platform hosting, or computing. And for SaaS, you would have maybe an ERP or an EGP system, billing, sales, a CRM system, an HR system, things like that. Now we have the cloud deployment models, and there's different types of cloud deployment. The first, we have what we consider the public cloud, and this is typically have massive amounts of available space, which translates into easy, scalable, and it's recommended for software development and collaborative projects. Then you have, and these are the public, it sounds odd, I know, sometimes it's difficult to wrap your head around it, but a public cloud would be like an Amazon AWS or a Microsoft Azure. And then you have the private cloud is usually resides behind a firewall and are utilized by a single organization, recommended for businesses with very tight regulation requirements. You could consider a government cloud or a G cloud, a private cloud. You have a hybrid cloud, which combine public clouds with private clouds to allow the two platforms to interact simultaneously. Recommended for businesses balancing big data analytics with strict data privacy regulations. Then you have your community cloud, which is a collaborative multi-tenant platform used by several distinct organizations to share the same applications. Users are typically operating within the same industry or field. And here are the idea with these clouds deployments is you want to try to, as opposed to one size fits all, you want to do a fit for purpose. And so in this particular situation, you have a legacy IT system that it ends up that they realize that they can have a multi-cloud public solution. So you have public cloud 1 and cloud 2, and then there's a private cloud out here, which might be at the Ministry of Finance or something. And then they also could have a hybrid cloud where they share information from both of these sources. So a procuring agency may choose a variety of cloud deployments to fit its needs. For example, procuring agencies may leverage public clouds for certain solutions while leveraging private and hybrid clouds for other solutions. Okay, so cloud service providers may also demonstrate their cybersecurity credentials through an accreditation of accredited certificate body, also called a third-party assessment. And some key terms for this process include accreditation, certification, and conformity assessment activity. And what we have here is accreditation is a formal recognition by an independent body, generally known as an accreditation body, that is an individual or an organization operates according to international standards. And in terms of cloud security, an organization must receive an accreditation to become an accredited certification body capable of performing the conformity assessment of the security posture of the cloud service provider. Then you have certification, and it's the provision by an independent body of written assurance, for example, a certificate that the product, service, or system in question meets the specific requirements. And in terms of cloud security, a certification demonstrates that the cloud product, service, system, process conforms to the specified requirements, such as international standards. And then we have the conformity assessment activity, and it's to demonstrate that the specified requirements relating to a product, process, system, or person or body are fulfilled. And in terms of the cloud security, an accredited certification body may perform a conformity assessment activity, which includes the number of security tests for a cloud service provider. So what we did as part of this report is we did a comparative analysis of case studies, and we use the experiences of the 5 case studies to provide insights into good practices for institutional coordination mechanisms and procurement arrangements for integrating cloud services into public entity operations. And the case studies are Japan, Australia, the United Kingdom, South Africa, and the UAE. Now, the UAE is starred because we just did it at a city for Dubai, so it's not a whole country. And then we have lessons learned through the case studies. The similarities and differences between these case studies are divided into 3 pillars. Pillar 1 is the institutional coordination mechanisms. Pillar 2 is the data classification and security framework. And pillar 3 is the procurement arrangements. In pillar 1, we have the institutional coordination mechanisms, which provide the similarities and differences in strengths and weaknesses of the institutional coordination mechanism for procuring secure cloud services. And we have three different principles that we came up. One is the cloud first principle. Two is the top level policies and strategies, and the institutional framework. For the cloud first principle, the idea is you first consider potential cloud solutions before considering any other option, such as on-premise cloud solutions. And many countries have moved in this direction. They also require procuring agencies to consider public cloud solutions before any other cloud deployment model, if that public cloud provides appropriate security controls for the data to be held. And that would mean that they would go to a public cloud. Maybe it could be a tier 2 or tier 3 cloud service provider in country, or it could be an international cloud, public cloud provider like an Amazon or a Microsoft. And in 4 or 5 of the case studies, cloud first principles are articulated with a top level government policies and strategies that pertain to the whole of government. For example, Japan, Australia, UK, and Dubai. So then, as far as the top level policies and strategies, the approach encourages consistent implementation of pre-approval and procurement processes by public organizations seeking to procure public cloud solutions. The use of standard frameworks and processes can also allow for streamlining of cloud service providers and cloud service approvals across procuring agencies. And in 4 of the 5 cases, cloud first principles are articulated within top-level government policies and strategies that pertain to whole of government. And that, again, is Japan, Australia, UK, and Dubai. South Africa has yet to finalize this top-down policy on cloud computing, and its national policy on data and cloud remains in draft form. However, it's in its current draft format, it does not articulate a cloud-first principle. And then we have institutional frameworks. There are major differences in the institutional frameworks to advance cloud pre-approval and procurement. These differences can be categorized into 3 models. We have the centralized model, the decentralized model, and the hybrid model. And the centralized model, there's the centralized approach that puts the responsibility of the minister of ICT or whichever ministry it is, in collaboration with a third-party assessor, to pre-approve cloud services that are then added to a cloud service list. And in turn, procuring agencies may issue tenders for cloud services on the cloud services list without the need to conduct their own security assessment of the cloud services. And that's important because it helps to streamline the assessment of the security of the cloud, and therefore procuring entities can procure these services quicker. There's the decentralized model, where the central public services and administrations offer guidance on how to procure. Procuring agencies should approach the cloud service procurement process, including business and security aspects of cloud procurement. Procurement agencies themselves are responsible for finding, assessing, and approving and procuring cloud services. So it really leaves the security aspects to the procuring agencies themselves. And then there's the hybrid model, which each procuring agency is ultimately responsible for assessing the security of the cloud services against its own security needs. And here's a summary of the institutional framework for our case study. So we have Japan uses a centralized model, South Africa using a decentralized model, and then you have Australia, UK, and Dubai using a hybrid model. And you can see the strengths and weaknesses there. Pillar 2, we have the data classification and security framework, which provides the strengths and weaknesses on the data classification security framework considers for the cloud secure cloud service. And this includes the data classification, the data residency requirements, security controls, security assessments, and continuous monitoring. So for the data for classification, each case study had its own unique data classification system. And the commonalities include the use of confidentiality, integrity, and availability, which is called the CIA framework when considering levels of injury in case of a security incident. It distinguishes between low priority sensitive or protected data versus high priority classified or secret data. Japan is unique in that it only pertains to one data. Pertains to one data classification level, confidentiality 2, which corresponds to the U.S. government's FedRAMP moderate impact level. And here you can see a comparison of the data classification levels. And indeed, there's not a lot of commonality between them. Then you have the data then you have the data residency requirements. And some of them show, so here we have for required, we have the case studies vary in their data residency requirements. Only South Africa and Dubai have data residency requirements for data handled by the public cloud service providers. So we have recommended and required. And then we have security controls, and each of the case studies has its own unique regime of security controls for pre-approval of public cloud services. Japan and Dubai developed their own control regimes based on existing international standards, and Australia based on controls upon its NIST standards. Other countries such as UK and South Africa rely more directly upon existing laws, regulations, and guidance. And then we have the security assessments. And here are a list of various security assessments. So we have security self-assessments. Our procuring agencies required to assess their own risk profiles for assessing cloud services. They have third-party assessors. Do the third-party assessors conduct a security assessment of this cloud service provider and part of a review? We have a assessment reuse. We have controls, inheritance, and reassessment requirements. And here you can see the comparison of security assessment consideration activities and how each of the countries have been faring against these various assessments. And you can see a lot of them do this security self-assessment. And then the reassessment requirements looks like it's every 12 months for Japan. Australia, it's every 2 years. UK, it's every 2 years. And then South Africa, if the contract exceeds 5 years. And then in Dubai, it's every 12 months. So you can get an idea of the assessment considerations. And then we have continuous monitoring. All case studies require procuring agencies to work with the cloud service providers to continuously monitor the security of the cloud services. For example, in Japan, cloud services must be renewed on an annual basis to ensure that the continued security of each offering. In other countries, similarly engage in long-term continuous monitoring through mandatory security reassessments, incident reporting requirements, and guidance for cloud lifecycle security. And then finally, we get to the procurement arrangements. And here we have, they provide the strengths and weaknesses of the arrangements for procuring cloud services. And they include finding and selecting cloud services, managing vendor lock-in, and payment methods. And here, finding cloud services, offering a centralized marketplace of cloud services. The UK, Australia, and Dubai have developed online marketplaces for cloud services for procuring agencies. Another mechanism is a listing of pre-approved cloud offering For example, Japan, they have a cloud service list that provides procuring agencies with an updated list of pre-approved cloud services. And South Africa does not currently have a centralized list or marketplace of cloud services. Instead, they each procuring agency conducts its own market research or open tender process to begin its cloud procuring activities. When you selecting and contracting cloud services, marketplaces are designed to facilitate simplified short-term contracts for cloud services. Security is a key consideration when selecting cloud services from the marketplace, and cost, including total cost of ownership and other considerations, may include business and operational needs, technical fit of service, and service management. And here we have a summary of the procurement models of each of the cases. And so you can see that we have Australia, UK, and Dubai have a marketplace, which offers a central location for the procuring agencies to review cloud services with or without pre-approvals or certifications. And there's a flexibility in how to add cloud service providers and their cloud services onto the marketplace, and how procuring agencies can select and contract with cloud services providers. One of the weaknesses here is it requires advanced e-government capabilities to create and maintain an online marketplace. Japan has a pre-approved list, and so these procuring agencies can engage with the typical procurements, such as tenders for cloud service providers. Maybe the weakness here would be procurements of the pre-approved list are conducted on a case-by-case basis, meaning there is no standard contract templates available. And then South Africa, they have just top-level guidance, and the procuring agencies must abide by this agency's determination directive, and the system provides flexibility in procurement methods for each agency, but it may result in discrepancies in services, security, and service standards across public sectors. Another issue with cloud is vendor lock-in. So short-term service contracts are one effective tool for managing the risks of lock-in. Procuring agencies assess cloud services providers to maximize both the value and the portability of the services. Portability refers to the ease of affordability of moving a system and data from one cloud service provider to another. More portability offers decrease vendor lock-in risk, and the agency should consider portability, ease, and cost as part of its cloud service procurements. And here we have a diagram of the portability and value considerations for cloud services. On the horizontal axis, we have portability. On the vertical axis, we have value. And you can see when you have low value, low portability, you avoid the services that are offer low value and portability. When you have high value and low portability, the service here tend to offer a lot of value that can make the risk of vendor lock-in worthwhile. Or low value and high portability, many common or non-complex services are typically found here. And then you have high value, high portability. It's rare to find services here, but they can present good value and a very low lock-in risk. Then we have the payment methods. Transparency, cloud service provider pricing information should be available and easy to understand for procuring agencies. Then there's variable prices, and cloud procurement models should allow flexibility to ensure cloud prices can fluctuate based upon market pricing, taking advantage of price reductions in the cloud market. And then we have multiple pricing models where the cloud service providers should be able to offer different pricing models to enable procuring agencies to assess which model best fits its needs. And then you have the pay-per-use model, or the utility style, where countries should adopt an on-demand, pay-as-you-go option for procuring cloud services. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Many thanks for your attention, and I will hand back the presentation or the session back over to Joe. Joe, thank you so much, and colleagues. I look forward to hearing the next presentation, and I'm sticking around for questions and answers. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Hunt. And just for a little housekeeping, we'll give Hunt putting in the extra hours of overtime to join us from Washington. And we'll take some questions at the end of the following two presentations. And for our hybrid Zoom users, you can please use the Zoom Q&A if you want to submit any questions, and we'll have those answered to you if we have time as well. So up next is we have somebody from Fiji who's going to give us his experience in using a SaaS service for the e-procurement implementation in Fiji. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you for that. A new word that I learned last week was permacrisis. Permacrisis. According to the Collins Dictionary, permacrisis describes the extended period of instability and insecurity we are currently facing. And what this means is that we need to get solutions fast and adapt, or we will face perma-stress. This is what makes these networking workshops so important, to allow us to see what solutions are being used by other countries and what solutions are being conjured by the minds of the ADB and World Bank experts. As you know, Fiji, we have a SaaS program. And SaaS is not as simple as just a plug-and-play system. We do not have control on the systems, and we do not have control on what goes in the system. What we have is the solution that has been provided by the commercial companies, and when we adopt our processes to adopt how the commercial companies have designed their systems. And if you do not know, if you keep next slide, please. So if you do not know where Fiji is an island in the South Pacific. I went to buy a drink at the mall, and the girl asked me, "Where are you from?" I said, "Fiji." And she goes, "Huh?" So I said, "Fiji water?" And she goes, "Ah, Fiji water." So I hope I don't have to explain where Fiji is to you guys. Fiji is a South Pacific island, over 300 islands. We're close to Samoa, close to Cook Islands. And the thing about permacrisis is not, it impacts everyone. So even though some of these issues are not, we don't have it in Fiji, we don't have wars in Fiji, we didn't cause COVID, but we are faced with the issues of all these permacrises. Therefore, we now rely on other countries to help find us solutions, and that is the same thing with e-procurement. So that's Fiji, ladies and gentlemen. If you want, you can come and visit us. It's a beautiful island. We are open. Next slide, please. So let's start with what we all know. And what we all know is that manual paper tender was inefficient. And this is actually the picture of our office before we started e-tender. This is the picture when I walked into the office. I just came from a global company. We were using full cloud systems. And then I walk into this. So I was shocked. And this is actually the real picture of where we were before we moved on to a SaaS system, TenderLink. Next, please. The thing about SaaS, as I mentioned before, the systems are already set for you. The main issue in implementing SaaS is that humans drive the technology. So your main issue when implementing SaaS is not so much the system, but so much the humans who are going to use it. Because you'll need to, for example, if you're in Fiji and they've been using a manual system for so long, and you come up with a SaaS system, and they say, if we've been using manual system for so long, why do we need to move into this? Because humans are constant animals. We like to stay in the same places, which is why you've all sat in the same places and your chairs have not been changed, because we are constant animals. We came in the same time as we came in yesterday. We had breakfast the same time that we had breakfast, because we are constant animals. And the thing is, humans behave like sheep. Well, it's not from me. A research published in the Animal Behavior Journal back in 2017 by University of Leeds says that only 95% of us, we follow 5%. So only 5% heard the rest of us, and 95% of us follow. Take for me and my friend here from Fiji. We usually don't wear coats at work, but we had to wear coats because, we are the 95%. And the third thing is head, heart, and hands. I got introduced to this concept in one of the procurement workshops a few years ago. In order to instill change, you really need to, the simple framework introduced by educationalist David Orr was quite simple. And to drive transformation, the basic idea is to appeal to the three motivational drivers to the human: the heart, the head, and the hands. So the heart is basically, why should I do it? The head is, why should I do it? What is it for me? Why should I do it? And why should I even change? And the hands is, how should I do it? So basically, it's the analytical, the emotional, and logical parts of personalities. And these are, for us in Fiji, I'm not sure in the Cook Islands or in other small islands, these are our main issues in Fiji. How do we get humans to move from a manual system to a SaaS system? And our main issue is more human rather than system. So what steps did we take to implement e-tender? I think the main learning is, for SaaS systems, you just cannot bring a system and then you just plug it in and you just follow the same process. You just copy your manual process and put onto your systems. You cannot deploy technology into an as-is manual process. So we really need to review our current process. That's what we did. We had to review our current way of working. You need to confirm, what is your end goal, what is your North Star, and you need to identify your gaps, enhance some of those processes, and align the outcomes, and then you find a suitable cost-effective solution and deploy. So this is really, for SaaS, you cannot just use your normal processes and you just put into the system, and then you press play, and then you keep on going on, because all you need to do is you export your issues from one way of working to the other. Next, please. So what did we do in Fiji? Taking into account the human issues. One, we read and we cannot develop put as is manual process into an e-system. We reviewed our current processes. We had to change the way we structured our teams. We had a special team to manage e-tenders, to manage the suppliers, to manage the agencies. We were more agency focused in the way we did our teams. We now changed it to category management. So we aligned to the way the e-tender system was putting out tenders into categories. Can you click, please? We had 2 to 3 months of e-procurement education across Fiji, targeting the head, heart, and hands. And we had specific staff that were going out into the agencies to manage this, because a lot of people had questions why we need to change and whether their work will be more or their work will be less. And we had selected champion ministries to start this off. They did not know that they were champions, but for us, they were the champion ministries, and we had champion key people in the ministries that we selected to herd the rest. And we implemented in a weekend. We did it blitz style. And what are some of the benefits? We implemented e-tender portal. We streamlined a more structured process. We now have a more structured process. We have got less reporting, a more structured reporting process. We expanded our supply base 5 times. We've moved from around 500 to 600 suppliers to now we've got about 3,000 to 4,000 suppliers. We improved communication with bidders. We now can communicate with bidders online and transparently, because now it's done on the system. We do not do it on the phone or on emails. Reduce paperwork. This is the same desk that I showed you the last time. This is how it looks like. There's no paper. Automatic bidder alert. We now can talk to bidders and tell them automatically that they've won or that they've lost, and whether they needed a debriefing, etc., etc. That is not done now by phone or by email. It's done automatically by the system. And basically, we've just improved transparency. If you go to the next slide. So what we've done, we've taken the data that we've got from our e-tender portal, from TenderLink, and we put onto Google Data Studios, and this is what we have. We've managed to get key statistics into our websites, allowing us to be more transparent in our website, www.fpo.gov.fj. So you can select by department, by ministries, by categories, and by the 3 categories of works, goods, and services. And this is made possible because we've got data from our e-tender system, which we can then take into our Google Data Studios, which is free. And we have this. More than that, we now have new capabilities. We now conduct e-evaluations. We can now eliminate suppliers on the system without having to go through the whole process and manually eliminate. So if they don't pay taxes, if they're not paying superannuation, they are automatically eliminated by the system. We can publish live tender status, as I said, because we've got the data. We can then put that onto the Google Data Studios, and any supplier can then, or agency can then see where the tender is. Is it approved? Is it withdrawn? Is it under evaluation? And we can now also publish recently award tenders, which before we could not do. And now, because the system automatically requires us to automatically does it, we're now forced to be more transparent in that manner. But there are some practical considerations to implementing SaaS. One is your internet connection is slow. You're reliant on your internet connections. 2, you'll have upload issues. You'll have suppliers coming up and say, oh, I was uploading and at 2:30, the system cut me off. 3 is poor connectivity results in late lodgements. So these are some of the issues that we have. And then if you are like us in Fiji, we also have power cuts. And to manage all this, you need to work closely with a good support team. So if you're selecting a SaaS dealer, or someone who's going to be providing you SaaS, it has to be someone that's got a good support team, because these are some of the issues that you will have, that you need to manage through. And ladies and gentlemen, that's my short presentation to you on our journey on SaaS. And I thank ADB for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and very lovely images of Fiji. And I think we should do a poll. Where should we hold the next EGP conference? So thank you. And so next up, we have Paul Featherstone from Intend, who will give us an update on the services that they provide into the other South Pacific Islands, who are also using their SaaS service for the delivery and support of EGP. Thank you, Paul. And Paul is coming to us from the UK, so it's the wee hours in the morning for him right now.
the very small hours. Thank you very much, Joe. I'm Paul Featherstone. I'm the Director of International Sales at Intend. And you'll notice in today's session, you get 2 for the price of 1, because we've also got Dave South, who's our CTO. So he can offer some insights if we get through to the Q&A later on. Oh, excellent. So somebody's doing the presentation for me. Could you go to the first slide? And then... Yeah. Okay, so Intend have been providing, as Joe said, we provide an Asian Development Bank funded EGP system for the APPeN. We've been doing this now for 6 years, just about in total. If you can roll through to the next slide, please. The idea of this particular session is just to roll through some of the functionality that we provide within the platform. That then shows you how the system can be used within the system within the Pacific Islands. The user groups revolve around Cook Islands, Vanuatu, Tuvalu, and I believe Papua New Guinea have also used the system. So here you'll see the login screen that a user from the procurement side, the buying team, will see when they log into the system. Looks like we've lost our presentation. Would you like me to share the presentation from our side? I'll share the screen.
It's running it.
Paul, would you rather do the presentation from your end on a shared screen?
Yeah, I'm just trying to do that now. Can you able to see that now, Joe?
No.
Can you see us sharing our screen, Joe?
Oh, we see a screen there.
Or not?
Trying to load. There you go.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. So as I say, we've been supplying the EGP system now for the APPeN network for about 6 years.
It's their
Oh,
slides.
sorry, this is your slides.
Yeah, that's. Can we
Go
have
for the next slide, please. Yeah. Here's an illustration of the homepage that the procurement team would see. So you've got the APPeN network there, along with the Intend and ADB, and this is a simple user login defined by the organisation themselves in terms of password protection. Can I have the next slide, please? Then you move on to what we've called here custom home screens. The Intend platform allows the user community or the user group to define what they see. So you can tailor the screen for particular types of users. If you've got people that are just very, very low level procurement, you can have them setting up certain things. So the supplier database, they may be able to see some new project wizards that are tailored to those. Or you may have a user that has full access to the system from an admin perspective, so they can see a full screen. But again, you can tailor the individual user screens to what you want that particular user to see and be able to do. Can we have the next screen, please? So within the platform, once you actually select you can use what we call a wizard or a workflow, as it's often called. And these are driven by the project values within the organization, and each individual organization can set their own values so they can be tailored to the structures that organizations apply.
But they're also, you can set them on different commodities as well that you might purchase. So they're driven by how your organization works.
So you can see there we've got an example of an auction RFQ or a standard tender wizard, an online journal wizard. We've mentioned that earlier, and I think Hunt and also Fiji likely have covered that sort of thing in their process, through to a full invitation to bid operation. Next slide, please. This is the next step of that particular process, driven by the value. It gives you once you input the value into the system, it gives you the options. So again, tailoring the workflow to suit the appropriate process that you are able to do within the boundary of those financial parameters that your organization has set. So on this particular option, you can see that the 60,000 procurement, the tender or quote, gives you 4 options from an auction RFQ, a tender wizard, a full tender, or an invitation to bid. So the user would then select from that, depending on either the user or the process they wanted to follow. Can we have the next stage, please? And this is an example of how the tender wizard setup will be on a standard. You can see there some of the fields are highlighted yellow. So where these are defined by the organization, or maybe if you're sending them out to an online system, they're mandated. So those are colored yellow to indicate that they're a mandatory field. So if you don't complete those mandatory fields, the process can't continue beyond that stage. You can move between tabs and work backwards and forwards, but you can't actually submit that until the mandatory fields have been completed. Go to the next stage, please. So within the EGP system that we provide, you have a supplier database, and much as the system from Fiji, you've got a database of common suppliers. And you can also highlight these through what we'll call approved supplier lists that allow you to work with categories of providers on specialist nature. So you might have a certain category for road constructions or facilities management. So you can use approved supplier lists to narrow down the group of suppliers that you've got within that. And that supplier database allows the organisations to manage and use their tenders, or the tenders that they're submitting against, view them and work through that, and create submissions and work with the contracting authority to make sure that their response goes to the appropriate person, and they can see all the information within that. Next slide, please. So within the system, as I said, the home screens can be defined to the specific users, and there are lots more capabilities within the rights and permissions within the system. I think there are some 260 different rights and permissions that allow you to really tailor the system through what people can see, what people can do. You can set up groups of users, you can set up people within the group within different permissions. So it's all very, very flexible and allows the user community to really sort of drill down into specific processes. Next slide, please. Supplier portal, as indicated just briefly, allows the supplier or your provider network to search, view and manage opportunities and tenders, RFQs, invitations to bids. All those processes can be managed through this side of the platform. It's very easy. It's very user focused. So therefore engaging the supplier network. The next slide, please. Okay, I mean, we've got, we did have a quotation from one of our user organisations, which was on a second iteration of the slide. Now you're sharing it, I've got to get hold of it. But it was, the Cook Islands are existing users of the system, and they've got a quotation that's actually on the second slide construction that I've done. Just bear with me 1 second, just getting that up. That's it. The procurement manager for major project and procurement support division for the Ministry of Finance and Economic Management in the Cook Islands. It was Taino Ero, and they said that the use of the system has been a great tool that has added value to our overall government procurement systems, allowing better efficiencies, visibility, electronic tendering, and so much more. Which I think actually goes to sort of just back up both the flexibility and the use of the system within that particular island, but also within the Pacific Islands there as well. So on this slide, what we want to talk about for just a few more minutes is we've got 5 minutes. So thanks, Joe. A few more of the upcoming developments that we've got within the platform. So one that we're calling the Hub allows the best of both worlds in terms of an independent platform, but also combining the ability to share best practice, the ability to share procurement processes, the ability to share contracts, the ability to use approved supplier lists and document sets and contracts across both your platform as well as somebody else's platform who also subscribes to the Intend Hub, thereby
allowing collaborative procurement really between multi-agencies, multi-nations. If you want to put a regional tender together, you can work on a system together and actually then pull your details all together using the Intend Hub, but also having your own separate systems.
And this we do feel this was going to be very much about, as Dave said, collaborative procurement sharing best practice and making sure that the people that use the hub are getting best value. Next slide, please. So the automated procurement tool is the new functionality that's coming out this year, or in 2023. I've put Q1 on there. That could give Dave a heart attack because it should be Q3.
Yep.
Apologies for that. That allows the streamlined management of commodity purchases, where you have approved supplier lists for providers, a nominated preferred provider against these parts, and then you can allocate the low-level purchases or commodity purchases to be manually import or actually automatically via an API, so that you actually, as a procurement team, capture the tail spend, but also devolve that procurement to a secondary team. Next slide, please. Market engagement tool. This is something that's been led by Intend from consultation with the community. We see that the sort of pre-market engagement is now becoming an increasingly important stage of the whole procurement process and the procurement team's job in terms of engaging, so that they can get, as I'm sure the procurement people, you'll know, the most economically advantageous tender. You can do that by gathering information about the particular product or service that you're about to go out to tender for, which will then give you an insight as to the latest practice, the best practice, the emerging technologies that are available. Allows new suppliers joining the process. Within this particular wizard, there are various stages, but effectively it allows you to build a whole procurement process from market engagement right through to tender. And then obviously within Intend, you've got the capability of running evaluation and contract management all within a single platform, maintaining integrity of information. Last slide, please. And then finally, not by any means least, and again, not in Q1 and Q3, the ability for e-catalogues. I think we've spoken a number of times on the conferences about e-catalogues and how they can drive efficiency, devolve procurement to lower value procurement products. Excuse me. Ensure accuracy and consistency in purchasing the consumables and other sort of mainstream items, not necessarily consumables. And the capability of integrating to drive further efficiencies with this. You can link the catalogs to, shopping baskets, those types of things. So again, improving efficiency and making sure that you capture all of those requirements within your team, and then you can use that as part of your analytics programs. And I think that's the full 5 minutes used up, Joe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you.
Very good. Just before we get into the questions, there was a Q&A submitted online by one of our good friends in India. It's like also related to with all the hacking and ransomware and everything going out on with every system these days. If you're using cloud service, who's going to be responsible at the end of the day? Now, Hunt, did you want to answer that? See, you did put a written response.
Sure, I'll answer. Okay, I'm hoping you can hear me and see me.
Yeah.
I think these are great questions, and again, I even started the presentation by stating, these are key concerns which governments have. Is my data going to be safe? Who owns my data? What if my data is hosted outside? What if it gets hacked? And depending on your cloud service model, as we saw in the presentation, there's different levels of responsibility between either the client or the cloud service provider. And that's what I'm stating in in my written response. So for SaaS, a lot of that would be the cloud service provider or the application provider who would be providing a lot of that security features. But when you start to go down the levels of as a service, such as platform as a service or infrastructure as a service, you, the purchaser, are taking on more responsibility associated with the security, because you're dealing, you have access or are setting up passwords to the databases or the operating systems or the BI tools you might be using. So there's you need to make sure that the folks that are administering those are well versed in the security features of each of the different types of items. The next thing is, your question is how can you quickly restore the attack? And that depends. Hopefully your cloud services and applications of data are backed up using a business continuity plan or a backup. And one idea for the backup is to actually host it physically at another cloud provider. And as long as you do have a backup, you very well could restore that pretty quickly, depending on when it's found. Whose responsibility is it? Again, it depends on what you have contractually with the cloud service provider. If it's a SaaS solution, it's going to be your SaaS provider who needs to get that thing going up and running again. But if you have your own application on a PaaS or an IaaS, then it's you who are going to have to put that together. And these are great questions, and that's why we have in the presentation and in the report when it comes out, we have all these cloud security assessment guidance provided in the report, and the reassessments, if you recall, in the report were also very important. On a yearly or every other year. So that's how I would answer that question. It's a great question, and you're not the only one to have asked it. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Hank, because a lot of that really does get back to business continuity. Whether you're building your own system using a SaaS provider, using a cloud service, you are at the end of the day responsible for your information, because you have to have a business continuity and plan, disaster recovery planning sites in place so that if something does happen, you can recover. And whether that is recovering in real time or in 24 hours, it all depends on how critical those processes are. It's like even using SaaS, whereas Hunt mentioned of being locked in because they are holding your data, you should always be planning ahead. What am I going to do in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? And you want to have a process in place. How do I get my information out of the SaaS system? Because at the end of the day, that's still your information that's been collected, and you want to have control over that. So if you do at some point in time switch, you can, and you have all your data from before. Is there any other questions? Oh, one in the back. There's a microphone there. Should be an on button.
Hello.
There you go.
Okay. As we move on, the EGP systems will get more importance, and more valuable data will start accumulating in those systems, and the risk will getting larger and larger. So can we resort to blockchain technology to evade those risks in the future?
Blockchain is not going to change the volume of data you're collecting. It'll probably add to the volume of your data collecting. Like, blockchain is just another vehicle for recording that there's a trusted source of information. As raised yesterday, and we'll hear later on today about open contracting data, you need to identify what are all the data elements that I'm going to want to get from my procurement system so that I can leverage and gain value from that information. Blockchain is just another form of security, the same way as PKI was digital signature was before. It's just a way of identifying a trusted source that record is real. But it doesn't change the fact you still need a lot of data, and you still need a business continuity. If you don't back up all your data from a blockchain, it's still gone if it's been corrupted. So it's not necessarily going to guarantee it. You still have to make sure you have proper plans in place to secure your information. And that was just one tool to help protect some of that information, but you still need plans in place to protect from anything that may occur.
Joe, can I come in for a moment?
Yep.
Thanks. It's a great question. The immutability and the distributed nature of blockchain sure does sound like it provides a lot of security. But what I will say is that, you know, every solution needs to be assessed for itself. And I remember, if folks are familiar with the Global Public Procurement Database, which we have out, which is a database that provides macro data for each country and territory of the world. It provides public procurement law information, public procurement agency and central purchasing body information, e-procurement information. And when we first were designing this, we thought, oh my goodness, this would be a perfect application for blockchain, you know, and we were coming out right as blockchain was kind of hitting its tipping point. And before we did that, we went to here at the World Bank, we have what's called an innovation lab for technology. And we went to them and, you know, we discussed, hey, you know, why we would really like to figure out whether or not this would be a great application for blockchain. And we went through all of the, you know, all of the immutability, the distributed nature. And what ended up happening is that, you know, our application was really just a simple, you know, database plugged into a website, and there was no need to have to use blockchain. And it would have just made things way complex and way more expensive. So I think the point of it is, you know, whatever technology solution you're after, you want to do a feasibility study to see whether or not what would be the best technology to meet the needs, you know, in the most efficient and effective manner. Thanks.
Thank you, Hunt. And I'd like to thank everybody because we reached our time for this morning's sessions. And please enjoy the rest of the day. If anybody does have another question, please leave them with 90 at Apple at the back, and we'll try and answer them and share after the conference. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody. All the best.
Thanks, everyone.
Cheers. Thank you.
Right. Distinguished guests, participants and resource persons, good morning. We have the last change in plans because I was expecting my colleague Keiko Nowatska, Senior Social Development Specialist at Asian Development Bank, to actually moderate this session. However, there is some kind of a delay, so we would start the session, and in case if she appears, I will be replaced by her, okay? So may I now introduce our panelists? So first of all, I would like to introduce Leslie Harper. She's joining us from Inter-American Development Bank. And if you remember our sessions yesterday, I talked a lot about the network of Latin America and Caribbean in procurement. So Leslie Harper is a person in the network, and that's why we actually have a connection from a very long way back. Leslie Harper has over 20 years of experience as an international development professional working on Latin America and in Latin America and the Caribbean, and she is an expert in public procurement reforms and modernization. She is the gender and diversity focal point for the fiscal management division, where she is responsible for portfolio monitoring and mainstreaming of gender and diversity in fiscal projects. She has supported multiple countries in the Latin American region in development of women in public procurement programs. She has been the lead on high-profile events and knowledge products to promote cutting-edge trends in the topic. Ms. Harper is the author of multiple publications and has participated as a speaker in numerous events in the United States and overseas. She has an undergraduate degree from the Elliott School of International Relations at the George Washington University, a master's degree in Latin American Studies from the University of London, and was awarded an executive certificate in public financial management from John Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University. We will also have a pre-recorded presentation from Ji-Hyun Kim, who is a Deputy Director, Shopping Mall Planning Division of the Public Procurement Service of Republic of Korea. And she's primarily responsible for the supply of goods, equipment, and services for public facilities from domestic and overseas markets. Prior to joining Public Procurement Service of Korea, she worked at the World Trade Organization Division in the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy in 2019-2020. And she holds a master's degree of urban planning from the University of Sheffield. We have Tandin Giem, who is currently the executive engineer at the Department of National Properties of the Minister of Finance in Bhutan. She's been working on the Procurement Management and Development Division, Department of National Properties since 2017, and is responsible for monitoring the implementation of procurement rules and regulations and carrying out studies, research to improve the procurement system, especially procurement of works. Currently, she is also one of the project managers for the development of electronic government procurement system. In addition, she provided system user training and provided daily help desk support for system users. We will be joining online by Katja Friewald from UN Women, Women Economic Empowerment and Migration Portfolios in Asia and Pacific. She oversees UN Women work on gender-inclusive entrepreneurship, transformative work on the care economy, and works towards strengthening gender-responsive business conduct to build an ecosystem that supports women empowerment and gender equality in the world of work. She led the recently completed multi-country, multi-stakeholder 3-year program, We Empower Asia, a UN Women program funded by and in partnership with European Union that sought to increase the number of women who lead and participate in businesses in China, India, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. A key component of the program mobilized private sector companies of all sizes and across sectors to commit to and implement the women's empowerment principles. A set of 7 principles guiding businesses to become more gender responsive across their value chains. Katja worked in the private sector for more than 15 years in multiple roles spanning from marketing to sales, and was Unilever's Director of Global Partnership and Advocacy for Women's Economic Empowerment and Inclusive Business Development before joining UN Women. Katja frequently serves as a speaker, panelist, and member of several advisory boards, including Amfori, a global business association for open and sustainable trade. We also have Keiko Nawacka here from Sustainable Development and Climate Change Department of Asian Development Bank. Keiko is with a gender group in SDCC, and she is ADB's focal on all issues connected to gender and procurement. Please welcome Keiko, and she will continue moderating this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Galia, for doing all the introductions. And I'm sorry for joining you a little bit late. A couple of meetings that popped up, and I've literally run from my office to join this really important conference. And thank you, Galia, for saying that I'm the gender and procurement focal. I mean, that's there's a long journey on gender responsive procurement that ADB is starting in our operations. And so I'm really interested and excited by today's panel, as I hope you will be also, to have that discussion on how we can identify gender responsive procurement and e-procurement as the focus of this conference as a mechanism to support women's access to markets and women entrepreneurs' access to markets. So as Galia has said, we have a very exciting panel of experts. So without much ado, let me turn to Leslie. I don't know whether she's on the screen. So Leslie's from the Inter-American Development Bank, as Galia has already introduced, and they've been doing some really exciting initiatives throughout Latin America that serve as really good role models, I think, for us think about it in Asia. Over to you, Leslie. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Keiko. It's nice to see you as well. All right, I will share my, okay, perfect. You guys are sharing the screen, great. Okay, so before I begin, I'd like to give special thanks to Galia Smakova and the Asian Development Bank for inviting me back to speak in this key event of the Asia Pacific EGP Network. It's always a pleasure. Next slide, please. So at the IDB, we strongly believe that public procurement is a great way to promote sustainable and inclusive development. And gender inclusive procurement is an important part of our strategy for empowering women. So today I'll be sharing some of the experiences and lessons learned that we've had supporting this key area in Latin America and the Caribbean. Next slide, please. But before I do, it's important to note that, as we all know, supporting policies to promote gender equality is increasingly critical. According to the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap 2022, gender inequality is estimated to take 132 years to close that gender gap. Next slide, please. And there are many reasons for this gender gap. One I'd like to highlight is that of inflation, which has a greater negative impact on women, exacerbating the decrease in income that women have faced due to the COVID-19 crisis. Inflation is at its highest level since 2008, with supply chain disruptions, soaring commodity prices, and the war in Ukraine. And inflation trends can impact women in different ways. For example, women are more likely to have a significant amount of their income on non-durable household goods, such as food and toilet paper, which are particularly impacted by current trends. Next slide. So now more than ever, public policies to reduce these gaps are critical, and public procurement can indeed play an important role in achieving the Sustainable Development Goal number 5 on gender equality and women's empowerment, and also goals number 1 and 8 regarding poverty and economic growth. Next slide, please. So why is it important to invest in women? Empowering women is fundamental for progress and economic growth. Women-owned businesses reinvest up to 90% of their income in their families and communities. And a high percentage of small and medium-sized enterprises are run by women, which are widely recognized as motors for growth in the world economy, representing around 80% of the global job market. Thus, the increase in the participation of women in public procurement market translates into social and economic growth. Next slide, please. And as governments engage at all levels of the procurement process, is an area uniquely placed to have an impact on gender equality. It can be through the more narrow definition of promoting women-owned businesses in public procurement, or the broader definition, which would include businesses that are gender responsive, regardless of the gender identity of the business owner. Next slide. And this is an area where there's still a long way to go. Worldwide, less than 1% of the estimated 10 trillion spent annually in global public procurement is awarded to women-owned businesses. In the region where I work, Latin America and the Caribbean, public procurement represents around 20 to 30% of GDP. That means 1%, there's a lot of room for improvement, which is why public procurement is an area where we focused a lot on to improve gender equality. Next slide. So what are some of the tools that can be used to increase women's participation in public procurement? There are many ways that a country can go about this, but for the purposes of this panel, I'm focusing on the ones related to EGP. And here you have, for example, access to information. The electronic government procurement system can enable improved access to public procurement information on subcontracting opportunities, which is particularly important for women-owned businesses, which tend to be small businesses. And so there's more scope for them to participate in the public procurement market if they can participate in those subcontracting opportunities. Communication, anywhere, anytime. Women tend to have more family obligations. And so that flexibility in terms of time when they participate is very important. And also no geographical constraints within a country, which can particularly help rural women. And then we also have business capabilities. You can lower transaction costs of developing a bid, simplification and elimination of repetitive tasks, improve cash flow through links to the public financial management system, and training to women-owned businesses in digital tools. And then finally, data, supplier registry that enables the system to identify women-owned businesses, which is a key aspect of what we call in Latin America a Say Mujer, or a women's certification program. And business intelligence modules, which provide information about business opportunities so women-owned businesses can better target the public procurement market. Next slide, please. So taking all that in mind, today I'll talk about two groups of countries that have embraced gender responsive public procurement, including the more advanced countries of Argentina, Chile, and the Dominican Republic, and the more incipient countries, including Honduras, Colombia, and Ecuador, that are just getting started. Next slide. So I will start with Chile, which is one of the pioneers in Latin America, if not worldwide. The procurement agency in Chile, Chile Compra, has put a lot of effort into taking into account the gender implications of their digital system and making it as easy as possible for women-owned businesses to become a government supplier. Chile Compra began with a diagnostic assessment that looked at why there were so few women-owned businesses participating in the public procurement market. And one reason they found was that there were barriers to access to electronic system. For example, male business owners often did not have the same time constraints as women, as they tend to have more responsibilities for family or like childcare. So having a system that was more readily accessible on a more flexible time schedule and longer time to input information, like say during the tender process, was critical. As a result of these findings, Chile Compra invested heavily in technology to lower transaction costs on the supplier side and capacity building to educate women-owned businesses on the opportunities, tools available to them, and how to use a digital system. In addition, Chile was one of the first countries to create a Say Mujer, or certification program, in its supplier registry. And this certification program generates data that enables Chile Compra to monitor the results and better target women-owned businesses more effectively for training and outreach programs. Next slide. And the Dominican Republic is another pioneer in promoting women in public procurement. Their strategy is based on matching supply and demand by surveying the goods and services that women-owned businesses were producing and matching with demand in the public sector. They developed a gender marker in their supplier registry to measure and monitor the participation of companies owned and led by women, as well as a catalog of women suppliers with more than 11,000 women-owned businesses. They provided training on how to tender in the online program, and they had an outreach program to support the promotion of women-owned businesses in non-traditional sectors like works and PPPs, etc. Next slide. In the case of the city of Buenos Aires in Argentina, the procurement agency of the city undertook an important initiative to also develop a Say Mujer, or certification, to generate data and incentivize the participation of women-owned businesses in the public procurement market, because they really wanted to know, have an overall picture of who was participating in the public procurement market. And the city of Buenos Aires was innovative, not just for being the first in the region at the subnational level, but also the fact that the program not only certified ownership of women-owned businesses, but also a category of companies that were not necessarily women-owned, but had good corporate practices towards women, which is another important aspect of helping with gender equality. And in the case of the city of Buenos Aires, their main concern was data, to be able to monitor the results of their efforts to increase the participation of women-owned businesses and outreach them. And then finally, they developed a training program for buyers and women entrepreneurs. Next slide. Peru has begun their process of promoting women-owned businesses. They have an action plan, and so they're looking to have training in the use of EGP for women-owned businesses, supplier identification and electronic system, business roundtables, and awareness building and outreach to the private sector and civil society. Next. Colombia. In the case of Colombia, it's also an example of a country more recently getting started. In October 2020, Colombia issued a presidential directive to prioritize women in the country's economic reactivation. They developed regulations which detail the criteria for identifying women-owned businesses. And more recently, they have been publishing sex disaggregated data about public procurement, analyzing the difference in women's participation by sector, region, and value of contracts. Next slide. And then lastly, I want to discuss Honduras, which is one of the most recent examples, having just begun, say, a little over a year ago. And they've taken 3 main steps so far. They did a comprehensive diagnostic assessment to establish a baseline on women's participation in public procurement. It included data analysis, a market study of the current situation of women's participation in public procurement, as well as a study on the legal and regulatory environment to determine the feasibility of implementing the program. They established a high-level working group made up of representatives from key ministries, private sector, and civil society that meets at least once a month, which is pretty incredible. And they have an ambitious action plan to establish a roadmap to promote women's participation in public procurement. The activities that are planned include 4 main areas: the development of a certification program, an update of their EGP system to be able to identify and register women-owned businesses, and regulatory reform and training and capacity building. Next slide. So what are some of the lessons learned that we have from these different countries? I think political will is very important. These are very challenging reforms and need support and buy-in from the highest levels. For example, in Honduras, the president of the republic was the one that has been very supportive of this, and this has given a lot of momentum to the program. You need to look at the public procurement ecosystem. Building alliances is key with private sector, chambers of commerce, ministries that focus on women, public institutions which work with small and medium-sized enterprises. You need to have user-centered design of EGP. As Julie did, you need to look at how women are using your system and what tools will best address any challenges that women-owned businesses are facing, such as, do you need to simplify your processes? Do you need to provide more flexible hours? Do you need to increase the time online to present a tender? And on the public sector side, it's important to keep things simple for the public procurement officers that are using your EGP system. Promoting women-owned businesses is already a big challenge that generates resistance. So you don't want to add system difficulties on top of that. You also need good quality data that is collected and made publicly available. This is essential. This is important to be able to measure results and better target actions, such as what they're doing in the city of Buenos Aires. That is why certification programs are so important, as the EGPs and the EGP system support it. You need data on, for example, on how many contracts are being awarded to women-owned businesses. You also need national level indicators on gender equality should be developed and updated on a regular basis. You also need capacity building, of course. On the supplier side, many women-owned businesses have limited experience with the public procurement, and training is important, particularly with regard to EGP. And on the procurement agency side, there's a lack of understanding in many procurement agencies on how to achieve gender objectives through public procurement practices, and the use of modules to identify and register women-owned businesses remains a challenge. So a couple final remarks with key points I'd like to leave you with. Public procurement, along with taxation and budget, is a powerful tool of fiscal policy to affect change and address gender inequality. And this is a road that the public procurement agencies cannot travel alone. It takes time and requires collaboration across ministries, private sector, civil society, and beyond. It requires a change in mindset, not only in terms of gender, but also technology. So it's critical to give procurement agencies and women-owned businesses the capacity and the best tools to succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leslie, so much for sharing the results that you and lessons learned from Latin America and what IDB's been able to do there. It's really impressive, and also to bring us back also to EGP and some of the entry points there, and kind of noting some parts about data for on contracts awarded, and also about how procurement agencies can't do this journey alone. Completely agree. So this really is a whole of government approach. So I'd like to kind of turn back to our region, and I also like to thank Leslie for staying up, because I'm not sure what time it is in Washington, but I know it's very late. So thank you so much, and hopefully you can stay for the rest of the panel. So turning our attention back to Korea. So we have online also Kim Joo-hyun from the Public Procurement Service. Oh, sorry, it's a pre-recorded. So perhaps we can start the recording now. Whilst we're waiting, we can share a little bit what ADB is already doing in our region. So I saw Indonesia here. So we recently adopted gender-responsive procurement guidelines, working closely with the government of Indonesia. And that's really a coordinated effort, which we hope to help operationalize also, and to give further support, because guidelines always need to be implemented. And we've really appreciated that dialogue. And we're doing that same process in the Philippines also. So we see this as really important starting points in this conversation. So, I think we have some one or two kind of technical issues. One more minute. Or maybe I'll just do a kind of look around the room. Oh, well, I was just going to ask a very quick question.
I'm Choo-hyun Kim.
Can someone anyone put up your hand if you know in your country there are some kind of gender responsive procurement initiatives? These could be guidelines, such as, where are you from?
To the women entrepreneurs. This policy is in place for last 3 years. I must confess we are struggling to reach 3%. We have reached something around 2.5%. This is currently for all goods and services. We intend to extend it to the works also in the future, and also to the sub-federal level. But this initial 3 years has been the good experience.
Thank you for sharing. That's a really great example that I was actually aware of, because we'll be talking about this later when Katja speaks. It's included in our an ADB UN Women report. So now I think the recording is ready, so we can hear from Korea.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'm Choo-hyun Kim, Deputy Director of the Public Procurement Service of Korea, known as PPS. Unfortunately, I'm making this presentation virtually, not being able to see you all in person in the beautiful city of Manila for personal reasons. So I'd kindly ask for your understanding. Well, let me explain to you our diverse system and the benefits regarding female-owned, eco-friendly, and social enterprises in government procurement. According to the enforcement decrees of the Act on Supporting for Female-Owned Businesses, a female-owned business is a company owned and managed by the female executive officer with authority to represent the company, and whose largest investor is female. And it is a cooperative which satisfies certain eligibility criteria. The eligibility criteria include that is a majority of the total number of the members shall be women, and the majority of the total number of the equity share shall be funded by female members. The president shall be a female member, and the majority of all directors shall be women. Let me tell you about the measure for female-owned businesses. In accordance with the Act on the Supporting for Female-Owned Businesses, public institutions should facilitate the purchase of the products, services, or construction projects that female-owned SME manufacturers provide or perform. Also, purchase plans should include sectionized plans for purchasing female-owned business manufactured products. In addition, in accordance with the enforcement decree of the Act on Contracts, to which the state is a party, negotiated a contract for small value bids, in principle, can be concluded for single bidder with a product estimated price of the less than 20 million won, whereas for female-owned companies, the threshold goes up to 50 million won. For our international audience, that is an increase from 15,000 US dollars to 37,500 US dollars. Let me talk about additional points by purchase area. For public construction, when a company whose representative is a female takes on over 30% of the construction work, an additional 10% of the already acquired points are granted to the company. In the case of the goods, negotiated contract can be made for female-owned company. Recommended by the Korean Women Entrepreneurs Association, when the estimated price of the goods is less than 20 million won, and there is no recommendation for specific supplier by an end-user institution. Bonus points are granted in a qualification evaluation, and the more dedicated to the female-owned companies are in operations in Korea e-procurement system, the KONEP's online shopping mall. Finally, for services, additionally points are also given to female-owned suppliers in a qualification evaluation. As of late September 2022, the number of the female-owned companies qualified for PPS tendering and registered as such is 126,411, making up to 24.2% of the total 522,958 registered suppliers. This has risen from 21.5% in 2018, as can be seen on the slide. As of September 2022, the aggregated contract volume of the female-owned businesses taking up 10.4% of the total, an increase compared to 8.7% in 2018. This figure shows an upward trend of the number of and the proportion of the bids qualified female-owned companies over the past 5 years, which proves that the supportive measures has worked for them throughout the period. As for the legal grounds for GPP, Korea has the Act on the Promotion of Purchase of the Green Products. This was enacted to prevent waste of the resources, pollutions, and greenhouse gas emissions, thereby contributing to the national economy. Although the Minister of Environment tackles overall part of the Act, PPS deals with the procurement processes and the relevant support, reflecting environmental values in the procurement procedures according to Article 6 of the Government Procurement Act. In accordance with the Green Product Purchase Promotion Act, the Environment Ministry should make a purchase guideline and notify them to public institution. Each public institution should build and publish their purchase implementation plans and submit purchase records to the Environment Ministry. I will now explain green procurement measures PPS has implemented. In the case of the procurement of goods, suppliers with green technology certifications can get additional points. As for services, companies with new technology certifications granted under the Environmental Technologies and the Industry Support Act, and those with good recycled product GRs certifications under the Act on the Promotion of the Saving and Recycling of Resources also get positive points in qualification evaluations. Those suppliers with additional points are qualified for price benefits in bidding, which leads them to greater interest in the environment and more intensive R&D on green technology. CONEPS has a specialized mall for certified green products that are categorized by item and certification types so that the public purchasers can have greater access to certified green products. In the next generation CONEPS, an upgrade of the current versions is launched. More intuitive and user-friendly accessible will be made possible. On this screen, users easily see the eco certifications of particular products as obtained with the detailed information. Now I will explain supportive measure for social enterprises. A social enterprise is a certified entity that pursues a social objective aimed at enhancing the qualities of life of the community residents by providing vulnerable social groups with the social services or job opportunities, or by contributing to the communities while conducting its business activities, such as manufactures or sales of goods and services. As of the September 2022, Korea has 3,342 social enterprises. In accordance with the Social Enterprise Promoting Act, in order to expand the social services and create the job opportunities, the state shall establish policies for supporting social enterprises and shall promote it comprehensive and necessary measures. In addition, each local government shall establish and implement policies for supporting social enterprises, which are tailored to the characteristics of that local government. Each head of the public institution shall promote the purchase of the products and services supplied by social enterprises in the prioritized manner. As for the specific support measure, 2 points are additionally granted to social enterprises in the quality evaluation for goods and services. A shopping mall for social enterprise in CONEPS is also used to promote the process of their product. The screen image on this slide shows that CONEPS social enterprise mall. Once you click any certification mark says once for social and for disabled enterprises, they can readily see the categorized products with certifications. And lastly, social self-support and community enterprise. And the social cooperatives are allowed to make negotiated contracts for goods. And the services whose estimated prices are between the 20 million won and the 50 million won. As I mentioned earlier, the Korean government has supported the company in the needs of social considerations in the diverse supportive measure so that the company will hopefully provide quality products and services at reasonable prices, contributing to the national economy. To sum up, for 4 major measures to support these businesses are now taken in Korea. 1. Negotiated contract can be concluded on the social enterprise products with an estimated price of less than 50 million won. 2. Public institutions are mandated to purchase products supplied by female-owned, green, and social enterprises to fill a certain proportion of their total purchases, and then they submit the purchase records to the relevant authorities. 3. All these businesses are entitled to the bonus points in the qualification evaluation process. And 4, specialized mall for certified products by each category are in operation in CONEPs, boosting convenience for public end user. Public procurement accounts for around 9% of the Korean GDP, and I would proudly say that the PPS has been playing a significant role in supporting female-owned, eco-friendly, and social enterprises. Wrapping up my presentation, I would express my gratitude to you all for listening. Thank you. If you have any questions, please ask me by email. 감사합니다.
Well, that was a great presentation, and such a shame she couldn't join us here in Manila, because I mean the one figure I captured was 10% of their public procurement in 2022 going to women-owned businesses. So that's quite an achievement, and all the different steps. So I hope you noted her email so you can send her a message perhaps afterwards. So now we're so thankful to have you here on our panel from Bhutan. So it's Tandin Gyem, I hope I pronounced that okay, Executive Engineer from the Department of National Properties, Ministry of Finance. Over to you. If you feel free, if you want to.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to everyone. It's an honor for me to be representing Bhutan here today. So thank you, ADB, for having us here. I have a very short presentation talking briefly on incorporation of sustainable element in the procurement process and some EGP development happening in Bhutan. So if you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so before I begin my presentation, if I briefly talk about Bhutan, for maybe some of you know already, but maybe some of you are hearing our country for the first time. So just to let you all know where we are. So if you can locate it in the map, between China and India, we are a very small country, landlocked country, and with just a population of 779 as of 2021 statistics. So you can imagine how small we are in the world. And for such a small country also, the public procurement is really a big matter, because our government, as indicated in this period of financial year, our government has spent about 40% of government money in procurement, so from which the majority accounts for the procurement of works. So that's why we consider, we prioritize the public procurement as well. So now going to the incorporation of sustainable elements in the procurement process of Bhutan, I would say we are at the very initial stage, meaning like we just started taking initiatives, and for till now we didn't have the concept of sustainable procurement. I mean, there were some few steps taken by agencies, individual agencies by themselves, but there was no standard rules or policies or processes described or defined in the public procurement. So now, just recently, we have started taking initiatives in the sense we started reviewing our policies, existing rules and regulations of public procurement, and from that, we are, as a part of ongoing procurement reform, we are trying to incorporate the sustainable procurement concept in our procurement process. So which starts from the identification of need, uh, preparing the tender documents, then defining the evaluation criteria till the compliance monitoring. So in the evaluation criteria, we are trying to develop some standard criteria to identify some products which are environmental friendly, checking on the CO2, carbon emissions impacts, then looking at some construction materials and goods which are recyclable. So all these are some few steps that we are just starting right now. Then, having studied these few existing policies and the plans to incorporate this concept, we have foreseen some challenges which we are trying to overcome. Firstly, I'll say it's the capacity development of the procurement professionals. I'm sorry, I didn't look at the slide. I was just presenting. But I won't mind repeating again if you all are not bored. Okay. Can you go to the next? Yeah. But I hope I was clear till now, right? Okay. But like I said, I won't mind repeating again if you all have the patience to listen. Okay. Can you go to the next slide? Next. 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 Okay, there. Thank you. So I was explaining this slide. The challenges that we see, as I mentioned, was firstly the capacity development of procurement professionals. So because it is a new concept, it will take some time for Bhutan to achieve this goal. But and then, when I mentioned about the preparation of tender documents, incorporating the evaluation criteria that we intend to develop, so these will require concepts like calculation of total cost of ownership, because we just cannot look at some product and proceed on buying to that, because that may lead to high costs for the government. So we need to look at the total life cycle cost of the products that we look at or the services we intend to avail. So this is one thing we need to do. And then we need to draft the technical specifications exactly how we want. So for goods, works, and services, it goes to all categories of procurement. And then is the compliance monitoring, so quality testing, inspection, and how the agencies or the suppliers are going by the standards that we define. And then we also have to look at the availability of such products in the market. So these are things we are doing right now. So currently we are at this stage. Okay, next. I won't forget now. Okay, so way forward is like I mentioned, we are now looking at incorporation of sustainable procurement concept in our process by developing capacity of our procurement professionals and carrying out awareness program among the agencies as well as the bidders. Okay, next. So now that is about the sustainable procurement in Bhutan. And talking about procurement, if I don't mention about the EGP in Bhutan, I don't think it will be fair, because that is one of the most recent development in terms of procurement in Bhutan. And also taking advantage of the gathering here today, I'll briefly talk about what has happened on the development of EGP in Bhutan and what is going on right now. Okay, next. So keeping in mind the basic procurement principle, we have started developing our EGP system with these objectives, and I would confidently say without any doubt, we have achieved all these objectives so far, because when you look at the wider competition among the bidders, when it was manual, the participation was not very much. Of course, there were bidders participating, but there were some challenges on their side, having to travel from one place to another and all the costs they incur. So the bid submission was less compared to what we have now. But now, even for a small tender, we have more than 100 bidders submitting their bid, because it is very easy for them. They can just submit their bids from wherever they are. And in addition, our government has waived off the bid security, in the sense we now use bid securing declaration. So the bidders can submit their bid at no cost. So that's why the competition among the bidder is very huge now. And transparency, accountability. So accountability on all the users in the system is ensured. Even the agency's system ensures whatever a person is doing in the procurement process, we can track them easily, and access to information has become very easy. And next slide, please. Thank you. And if we just look at the timeline of how we have come so far on the EGP, development of EGP, we started development of EGP since 2017. And firstly, we started off with the business. We spent a lot of time on the business process re-engineering, on the transformation from manual to electronic procurement. And then we had modules such as preparation of tender, preparation of procurement plan, followed by preparation of tenders, and submission, e-bid submission by bidders, and opening of bids online. So that was what we did in the first phase. And then followed by second phase, we started from July 2020. So in the second phase, one of the important module we had was the system integration. So we integrated our EGP system with several other other systems in the country. And then we had development of e-evaluation of the bids. So we do e-evaluation till the award of contract process online. So there is no human interaction in the procurement process. And also, as a part of phase 2, we developed the grievance redressal process online. And phase 3 started from July. It intends to be, we are in the phase 3 right now, and we intend to implement it by July 2023. And we have almost completed all the development of all the modules, and we have developed issuing supply orders online, then contract management system, and reverse auction. So this is one exciting thing we all look forward to. So we intend to buy some off-the-shelf items through reverse auction, which we believe will be time-saving and cost efficient. And also, as part of phase 3 development, we had ADB, and we worked closely with ADB and World Bank, and they accepted our system to be used for RFQ for procurement of goods below 30,000 USD in our country. So this is one achievement in our third phase. Okay, next, please. So the benefits of EGP, I need not explain, I believe, because these are all very similar for all the countries who are using EGP system or who intend to use the EGP system. I would say having a EGP system for any country, it's really helpful. It really helps a lot on both agency and bidder side, because I remember before I joined this policy division, I was working in some other agency where I used to sit as an evaluation committee member. And when we had some bids having more than 1,000 items, evaluation used to take weeks and weeks and even months. It was very tedious. We had to calculate everything manually, and we have very smart bidders there who sometimes make mistakes intentionally. So evaluation was not an easy job. But now with the EGP system, we have all the calculations and everything taken care by the system. So evaluation is just not even 1 or 2 days, because they don't need to look at the calculations, or even the system identifies the lowest quoted bidder. So all the processes have been made very easy with the EGP. And the opening of bid itself, we can imagine how many papers we have to sign on the evaluation reports of each bidder. So these are now all eased. These processes are all eased by the system, and the paperwork, definitely it has reduced. We don't have to issue even a single letter. Everything goes from the system automatically after completion of every steps. So, and then in addition to the benefits I have mentioned in my slide, I have also observed some practical additional benefits, like record keeping has become very easy, because we don't need to look at each file to check for some procurement information. We can get that from the system easily. And access to information is another thing we practically feel is a benefit that we have received through EGP, because when some agencies require some information on procurement, it is very easy for us to generate report from the system and just provide whatever they want. Now, next, please. Having said that, along with the benefits, we definitely are having some challenges in implementing the EGP system in our country. So the first is similar to sustainable procurement, introducing the sustainable procurement concept in our country. The capacity development is an issue. The agencies, though they know the manual procurement, when we suddenly transform to the electronic procurement process, it becomes quite difficult for them to use the system. So we are now focusing on the capacity development of each and every procurement professionals in our country. And further, it's the literacy rate among our bidders, especially the small bidders, because as per our country's law, any Bhutanese citizen attending 18 years and above can obtain a business license and start operating a company. So that way, sometimes it becomes very difficult for us to implement the system, because they don't know how to use a computer. So when we have a system in place, the number of complaints we receive, you can imagine. But now we are, as a solution to this, now we are trying to make it mandatory for bidders to have somebody trained in the systems relevant, not only EGP, relevant systems in Bhutan, so that they can understand what they are doing. So this is a solution that we are trying to work on the low literacy rate of the bidders. And then another challenge that we are facing currently is the international procurement. So we have not really been able to capture the international market on our system. Until phase 3, we didn't have any access of our system to the international bidders. But like I said, when we developed the module for ADB and World Bank RFQ, we were required to have the international bidders on board as well. So we had developed some module to have international bidders register on the system and have access to the international bids. However, it's been more than 6 months, 5 or 6 months, and we have very less international bidders registered in our system. So I'm still not sure how broadly we can capture the international market. And another issue we have regarding the system is keeping it updated. The procurement rules and regulations in our country, I believe it would be the same for everyone. It keeps on changing, because there are so many factors that leads to changes, and changing a system is not an easy job, because everything is related. When we make some change in one part, the others follow. So we really need to be careful when we make some changes in the system. And as the rule changes, if we don't make change accordingly in the system, the rule is not enforced. We cannot implement that change. So that's how, because before when we were doing it manually, it was very easy. We just issue a notification and we can directly implement that process. But system doesn't work like that. We issue a notification today, we need around 2 or 3 months to make that change in the system. So sometimes it becomes very stressful for us to keep it updated. So these are things I think we need to have in our mind when we have a electronic government procurement system in place. And another challenge that we faced and is still going on is the integration with relevant system. For your information, we had online evaluation systems in place prior to the development of EGP, and also contract management system for procurement of works under different ministries. So when we come up with the EGP with an objective to have procurement information under one umbrella, we need to bring all the systems together. So integrating with these kind of systems, sometimes they show reservations and then the technical issues. So these are difficulties when we have integrating with other agencies. And together with that, when we integrate with more and more systems with the advantages, sometimes the dependency of our system increases. When their system is down, our system is down, it doesn't work. So these are few things we need to look at. Next, please. Okay, Kadinche, that is how we say thank you in our language. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. I'm sure that many of you have some questions, but there's a coffee break after this session where you can come and ask her a lot of questions about both the EGP experience in Bhutan, as well as the beginning of this journey. We're looking at green as well as sustainable procurement, which is really exciting to hear about. So our final speaker at this session today is a very good colleague of mine, Katja Freiwald, and we have been working together since the beginning of the pandemic in 2020 on our report on gender responsive procurement, so looking both at the public and private sector. And we kind of launched it a few weeks ago, and so Katja is going to be walking us through the result findings and recommendations. Some of the examples we've heard at this session from Korea and India are also included, and we'd also obviously love to hear from others who might be interested in this space or who have already done more work on gender responsive procurement. We looked very much, we had our consultants scour what was available online, but there's a lot that's not there. So we would obviously love to hear more about what's happening and to support you in that. So without more ado, Katja, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Keiko. Can you all hear me very well? I have a little bit of issues with my computer, but it seems to work. So good morning from Bangkok here, and very inspiring to listen to all the previous speakers. So thank you for this. So what I would like to do, as Keiko already shared, I would like to point you to a new publication that we currently have published and just touch base on a couple of key findings on these and hopefully inspire you to get into depth when looking at the report. So maybe just a little bit of background to the report. So when we've kind of started to think about gender responsive procurement from an ADB and UN Women perspective, we've kind of really looked thoroughly across the globe what's out there. And unfortunately, what we do see in our region at the time when we started, I've been very inspired today, but I think at the time when we started the report, we really have seen that there is a very nascent status of gender responsive procurement in in our region for multiple reasons. So what we have targeted us to do with the report is really kind of raising more awareness on the issue of gender responsive procurement, or much more on the opportunity of gender responsive procurement. So we'll have looked into the report into really kind of reframing some of the definitions, clarifying some of the definitions, really understand where do we stand as a region here in Asia Pacific, and really dig into some of the good practices as well in the public sector, but also in the private sector, as we know that sometimes the private sector really leads and brings innovation that can be used by the public sector as well. And I wish we would have had some of the examples that we have heard today already as part of that report. We've also been looking into the business case of gender responsive procurement and ultimately recommendation what can be done. So let me start very quickly with the definitions that we have looked at. And I think we have heard from Leslie in the beginning on the definition of gender responsive procurement. The way how we have really looked into this is to sustainable selection of services, goods, or civil works that take into account the impact on gender equality and women's empowerment. And what we have seen by conducting some of the interviews, that very often organizations tend to think gender responsive procurement is sourcing from women-owned businesses, which is true and which is one element of what we are looking at, and a very important element. But it also looks at the area of sourcing from gender responsive suppliers, how we have called it. Unfortunately, there is no definition out there for the moment, but also we've heard from previous speakers, gender responsive suppliers is really looking at suppliers that have provisions in place, like a gender strategy, commitments, that have anti-discrimination policies in place, equal pay commitments, really targets on women in leadership. So we are also looking at sourcing from organizations that are gender responsive across their value chains. And one of the things we've learned recently is also when talking to organizations in the private sector primarily, which a bit of the work that I'm doing is very much focused on this, really the entry point on diversifying your supplier base is a very well-defined entry point beyond gender responsive procurement. So really kind of putting gender responsive procurement into a broader frame. Now, what did we know, and what came out of the report from some of the desk review that we have done and some of the interviews? We do know that globally there is a big opportunity out there, quantified at 13 trillion annually. And in our region, Asia Pacific, this is there's also a big opportunity here from a GDP perspective, and we've heard numbers today that public procurement accounts up to 8% of GDP, but we have also seen in countries up to 20% of the GDP. And what we also do know in our region, what we have seen is advancing women's economic empowerment really has the opportunity to add 4.5 trillion to the GDP. So within that, obviously to unleash that gender responsive procurement is a lever which has been untapped. So we see that in many countries, public and private procurement has not fully unleashed that opportunity. So there is a huge opportunity out there. Yet what we have seen, what data is available, and that's one of the first learnings that we actually have in the report, is that there's not a lot of data available. But extrapolating from some of the global data available, we estimate that in our region, also not more than 1% procurement spend goes into the hands of women-owned businesses. And that's the reason for that is that there is in many cases no transparency and availability of data, as I said, but we also do know that there are many barriers and discrimination in place why women-owned businesses are not having the same access to markets, to finance markets, but also to procurement markets. In our region, what we see, that whole area of where women-owned businesses maturely are represented is what we would call the SMEs, which we know in our region, 96% are SMEs. And we know that 60% are women-owned businesses. That sounds in the first place very strong. But looking deeper into this, the women-owned businesses are really concentrated on what we call the bottom of the pyramid. And when we say the more you move up, the less women representation are in these businesses. So there's really an important action also to be taken to really strengthen that missing middle, how we call it, really more women-owned businesses in the area of that middle part of the pyramid. Now, in terms of how to really operate and how to really drive gender responsive procurement forward in our region, obviously the time is way too short to really give all of the details, but you have heard some of the examples beforehand, but I just want to share the top 5 recommendations, and in the report they are spelled out with case studies, examples underneath them. But the first one, we're still at a stage where we need to raise awareness on what's in when implementing gender responsive procurement, what's in from a financial perspective, from an inclusive growth perspective, but what's also in from a gender equality perspective, how to drive women's economic empowerment. Recommendation 2, and I'll come to this in a second, much more detailed, but what we have seen as well, data in general is not available. But when we talk to organizations, very often the answer we've gotten is, where do we find the women-owned businesses? So there's a real strong need for creating more sex disaggregated databases, as well from a public perspective, but also we have seen across industry, some of the companies are coming together to build their own database of suppliers. So there's really a big call to action here. Recommendation 3 is really looking into also the provisions of procurement laws, and I'll skip this for now because I've heard a lot of this from previous speakers, but that certainly includes elements around e-procurement systems, how that can be strengthened. And that's also part of the recommendation 4, where we've seen there are many solutions that can be replicated from one country to the other. So that's why I think it's also great to have such learning exchange sessions here. But what we've also seen, there's a really importance on contextualizing these. So it's really important to drive this from a country perspective, no matter in public or in private procurement. And the last recommendation, very strongly focused on businesses, but also on regulators. So really incentivize companies to much more report publicly on their progress on gender, or setting targets on how many women do you have in leadership, do you have gender or equal pay commitments in place, for example. The reason why this advancing reporting is so important is to really create transparency and really ensure that we can really measure actually what's happening. And I know we are coming to an end. I'll keep this with you. I'm not going to deep dive into this, but I'll share the links. And Keiko, I hope that the presentations and links can be shared with the participants. But there is a strong business case, and there are different elements that come to this. In summary, really much more increased revenue, more greater supplier availability and resilience, more innovation, more improved service delivery, and strengthening organizations' image as well. So have a look at this as well. And last but not least, I'm going to leave you with these 2 things, which are out of the recommendations that we have not heard yet, I think, to a broad extent from other speakers. I really think establishing at public level databases, SME databases that are sex disaggregated will have a tremendous effect also for the private sector if these are available. And the second one, I just want to also share that the report has not been only a report with a lot of good practices and recommendations, but we have also developed an assessment tool out of this report, which is going to be very soon public on the website, which is for the Women's Empowerment Principles, a website that is initiated by UN Women and by the Global Compact, which really aims to drive more company action towards gender responsive procurement in this case, but on wider gender equality at large. So I'll keep it here. Thank you very much, and I hope you will be inspired to have read through the report. There's also a short summary available for that. Thank you very much. Over to you, Keiko.
Thank you so much, Katja. And I'm sure that if it's okay with you, we'll also share your email so that people can also contact you for you and women's other activities on gender responsive procurement, including the private sector. I believe also you're doing some work in Vietnam and Thailand. So this is, as you can see, within the development partners, a growing area of interest. And so we're really happy to have conversations, which we can have over coffee, because thanks to all the speakers today, we've run out of time, but questions can be had over coffee, or please feel free to email the different speakers. And thank you to all the speakers for providing some really useful insights and concrete suggestions on how to create more equitable access for women entrepreneurs, women's businesses to access procurement. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Keiko, for moderating the session for us. And thank you to all speakers, resource persons, in person and online. Their participants, as we're running a few minutes late, I'd like to invite you to take your coffee, about 5 minutes break, and come back right in. So only 5 minutes, as we're already about 20 minutes behind. Thank you very much. See you in the next 5 minutes. Online participants, thank you. We are taking a 5-minute break. You could just leave it. Yeah. I'm moderating the next session, so. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome back to this 7th session. We are starting in about 60 seconds. Kindly come back into the room. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for coming back on time as requested. We are starting what is the 8th session. This is the knowledge exchange session, and we will have 3 speakers today. We're going to start off with David McDermott, then Suren Sambu, and then we will move on to Nino. So I will present all speakers at this time, and then I will introduce David to come up and deliver his presentation. So David McDermott is an international government procurement consultant. He has 26 years of experience to date, and he's gained that experience while working in about 38 countries. His experience includes conducting national government procurement assessments in about 18 countries, assessing e-procurement systems, reviewing the effectiveness of national procurement. His experience also extends to management agencies and developing strategic implementation plans. He's also advised on the selection of e-procurement systems, reviewed procurement policies, guidelines, and documentation, and developed training on framework agreements. David has presented on procurement issues at international conferences in Manila, in Delhi, in Rome, in Port of Spain, and Washington. And incidentally, I met David about 15 years ago when he was doing work in the Caribbean, as the Caribbean considered a regional e-procurement system. So welcome, David. Thank you so much for joining us here in Manila. Our second speaker for this session will be Suren Sambu Nurenzengomba, and he's an ICT and public procurement expert with about 15 years of experience in web application development, systems analysis, business architecture, and ICT development, including work for government projects, and he has about 10 years of specialized experience in public procurement. He's currently the head of e-procurement and information technology division in the State Procurement Agency of Mongolia. In this role, he leads design and development of the e-procurement system in Mongolia. So I welcome him very much to our session today. Our final speaker of this session, this knowledge session, is Ms. Nino Gramrelke, I'm sorry. And she's been working at the State Procurement Agency of Georgia since May 2018. Since January 2020, she holds the position of head of the Tender Provisions Division. So welcome very much. Nino has experience in public procurement since 2015, and she has been employed with various state institutions and worked generally in public procurement. So I welcome all 3 speakers, all 3 panelists to this 8th session on knowledge sharing. I would like to remind that because we are running a few minutes behind, we'll limit your presentations to about 15 minutes or less. So David, with no further ado, please, I invite you to come and take the podium.
Good morning, all. I'm going to talk about knowledge exchange between 4 countries. I'd like to thank Shamakira Ramakara and Naidi Bombay, both consultants who also contributed to the work that we did there. And most importantly, to the 30 or 40 or so participants who participated in the knowledge exchange, and all the countries have delegates here today. Next slide, please. The participating countries in the process, there were 4 countries: Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Nepal. And the process we used was, first of all, to develop a knowledge exchange framework, which is basically all the key things you would need to consider to put an end-to-end best practice system in place. Even though these countries were basically at the start of the process, they were focusing on e-tendering and other issues. And the reason for that was to give it some context, because if you're exchanging knowledge, it's not about what you've just done now, it's what you still have to do as well. So we set up this framework. We sent that off to the countries for their comments. They returned them. We summarised those comments, then sent the document for them to fill in and address each of the issues. We then put all the documents together into one document and used that as the basis for the virtual knowledge exchange. We then added further information and made changes and had a final document that went into the report. Next slide, please. What did the framework look like? It covers all the major components and subcomponents that would be addressed in implementing an end-to-end best practice. You can see the list there, 9 of them. And each of those components was then broken down into subcomponents. For example, system functionality was very much based on the MDB requirements for e-tendering. So all of those were expanded to cover each system. Next slide, please. The first area was vision and planning. And all countries looked at their strengths and weaknesses. They looked at systems in other countries. They put in place a central EGP management organisation. They had their system centralised, but procurement was decentralised to the procurement agencies. They identified the resources required, but in my view, they underestimated those resources. Next slide, please. Government institution and leadership, very important. 3 of the countries had established policies. Sri Lanka still developing theirs. Policies were developed for consultation with stakeholders. System development was supported by reforms in legislation, documentation, security, electronic transactions. At the present, Sri Lanka and Bhutan do not have a Procurement Act, although this was done basically now 4 months ago, so there may have been some slight changes. All have EGP management organisation. Nepal is introducing open contracting data standards. The budgets ranged from about $1 million to 4.7 million, which in my view was not enough. And I'll make further comment about that later. And they all have independent external auditors. Next slide, please. System development. 3 of the countries used local developers. Bhutan used the system that Bangladesh had developed. Now, Bangladesh was considerably in front of the other 3. It had its system for 11 or 12 years, whereas the other countries, with the exception of Nepal, you're looking at 3-4 years. So there was a difference, and Bangladesh had developed further. They had all identified key government agencies to be involved, from audit, business, construction, planning organisations, big business, small business. Vendor registration, they all had that. Bangladesh had fees, whereas the others at the moment did not. Additional modules for e-tendering. Bangladesh was developing a contract management module and a contract database. Others have yet to develop. So the others, pretty well, it was an e-tendering system and covered the e-tendering process. Workflows, Bangladesh, yes. Bangladesh, the others had yet to develop that. All had an e-tendering database, which is a very important issue, but it was restricted to what they had, which is the e-tendering process. And all had access to testing the security of their systems. Next slide, please. System functionality. This was based on the MDB e-tendering requirements 2019. All meet those requirements or are in the process of meeting them. I won't go through each one. You can see it on the slide there. Online services, bid securities, vendor bid modules, bid evaluation reports, information security management, authentication, international procurement vocabulary, they all used it, and monitoring of the system. Next slide, please. System technology. This was a little more complex. All countries had the following technology: secure socket layer, encrypted passwords, digital signatures, role-based access, digitally signed except for Sri Lanka, e-storage, time-stamped documents, international server time, and a time record of documents. Digital certificates can only be mapped once. Sri Lanka not implemented, Bangladesh not applicable, and Bhutan not available. Next slide, please. Right, system technology 2. Oops, we're only on system technology 1. Thank you. Again, all had security alerts, a firewall, dedicated servers, IP access, tampering detection, audit trail, error handling, and independent technical testing. None of them had an anti-cartel facility. Next slide, please. System technology 3. Under application development, they either use Java or COTS. For database management system, they all used MySQL. For hardware hosting, it varied. Sri Lanka was cloud-based. Bangladesh report distribution management system. Nepal, Red Hat, and Bhutan, Monolothan, JBoss, Apache. So they use different technologies in terms of application development, database management, and hardware hosting. Next slide, please. Governance, very important area. Effective management of procurement. All countries relied on a capable EG management organisation and EGP system. Authentication of vendors was carried out. Transparency. There was some transparency in terms of data, login, authorization, but there's still some way to go with that. Internal audit, all countries had that. Independent external audit, 2 countries had external independent audit. Sri Lanka and Bhutan had not developed that yet. Independent trials tribunal, 2 of them had it, Bangladesh and Nepal, Sri Lanka and Bhutan not as yet. And the last one, an effective e-complaint system. They had complaint systems, but they were not really developed, and electronic complaint systems, as we've seen from previous speakers, is a very important issue in terms of developing, monitoring your system. Next slide, please. System implementation. They all had high-level implementation plan, an EGP management organisation, system rollout, had contracts. 2 of the countries that had to amend their contracts for changes in the way that it was being developed and the cost. And there were update reports on the implementation of these systems. Next slide, please. Human resource development. Focus of training, they had face-to-face and online. Agencies, they had some agencies outside the procurement management organisation, universities, institutes that provided training. It's interesting that procurement takes up usually up to about 20% of national GDP, and yet is not really recognised as a profession. To me, the training, support and the access to universities and things is underscored in these countries and many others. Online training is critical, in my view, for training to use the system. Some key lessons learned by countries. E.g. implementation, you need to look at the entire end-to-end structure right from the beginning so that you know and can start to work on what is really going to be required. That will help you designate realistic resources. There's going to be a problem about low public IT computer literacy, and 2 of the speakers previously raised that issue, in that you've got people who've been using it manually. They may be living in rural situations that are not necessarily well serviced, and so getting them to transfer to the C system is difficult. Strong support and consultation with PEs. The countries had done that. Training is best done online for reasons I've already said. Implementing a contract module along with e-tendering is important. I mean, having a system that says, here's how you do e-tendering, and nothing, there's my alarm going off, ooh, I'm in trouble. And having nothing to say, well, how effective was the contract? Was it well managed, etc., etc. So the 2 at least need to be put in. Integration with other systems was required, and the technology underlying EGP is constantly changing. Cloud services, software as a service, maps, all of those things. And in fact, I see it as we're entering a new era of e-procurement. There's so much change and there's so much opportunity for development. Revised EGP component frameworks. Oh, sorry, next slide, please. Oh, they came out clearer than mine. That framework that we just represented as a list would have been better represented that way, in that all the things you have to do first before you develop the system and before you start training for it. Just about there. Consultants' underlying issues. I found from previous speakers I had to make a few changes here because they were raising issues which I might have seen but didn't realise the great significance. These are the underlying issues. Avoid low financing of EGP implementation. 15 to 20% of the government budget goes to it. If you spent 7 or 8 million instead of under 5 on your system, it would be a good investment because you could bet you would get that money back with increased performance, efficiency, and the reduction in corruption. Adapt a proven system. Why go and reinvent the wheel? And now that has become more important with all these changes with software as a service and things of that nature. Why not go and get a system from a country that has taken all the bugs out of it so that you don't have to repeat the mistakes they probably made themselves initially. Early consultation with procurement entities so that they are well aware of what is going to go on. And fourthly, must have a well-developed database. That's the key to making changes. Good. Now, just to finish off, I had a few other issues which aren't in my presentation at the moment, but they will be by the time you see it. I think knowledge exchange has a good future. It can be more targeted. It sets up relationships, particularly between countries who are well developed versus those who are not. If you're going to run it, 2-hour sessions, virtual sessions online is the way to do it. We all can feel the tiredness that sets in when you sit here for 2 days. Question times are critical. You've got to have some answers for that. And overall, it will improve implementation and reduce costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David, for this presentation. I do want to share a tad bit more information on this knowledge sharing session before I invite Sambu to speak. I participated virtually in the knowledge sharing session that David described, and I know he presented to you today the findings, but I wanted to also share how dynamic the sessions were. When we started off, we'd intended to have a planning session where we would meet, a questionnaire was sent out, and each of the participating countries were expected to complete their questionnaires and get it sent to David. Then we had the first session, the main session, and we had anticipated, well, we've got the answers to the questions, and David is moderating, and we're going to be done in one go. We're going to answer or discuss all of these 40 questions. We were 1 hour over the target, and we were still on like question 18. I share that to say the opportunity to engage in a small group of 5 countries was dynamic, and it was personal, and it was honest and frank. Countries shared not only the successes they had, but all of the challenges that they were facing. And actually, in the small setting, other countries who had been more advanced and who had been able to take greater steps than others were actually able to share, even on security, some security features and challenges they faced and what they've used. And so I found that it was very beneficial. We ended up with another session a few weeks later that went also quite long. So all in all, fantastic initiative and a lot of information gained, sharing of experiences and generation of ideas for next steps. Okay, very well. I would like to invite Seren Sambu to come up and make his presentation. Thank you so much for waiting, please.
Hello everyone. It's a great honor to stand here. I have participated this conference 8 times. To the first 2015, I have participated APPeN forum, and of course, knowledge exchange is very important for us because all of countries has good and bad experience, practices, mistakes, and benefits. That's why I'm trying to share our experience, especially digitalization of Mongolian EGP systems. Next, please. We have a very long journey establishing EGP systems. It starts almost 2006. It was only a tender notice system, which called the Procurement.APPeN. This system is including the only tender notice and award information. 2011, we integrated procurement planning information system. This system is very separate from public procurement web portal. Then we moved to the CONIPS-based EGP system. It was including the e-bidding, e-catalog, shopping mall, and public awarding systems. Then we start first electronic tender and organized 2012. Then this year we only organized almost 100 tender through the online. Then government decided to establish a state procurement agency. Then all the EGP responsibility moved to the state procurement agency. Then we using our first EGP system 4 years. During this time, only state procurement agency and local units of state procurement agency are using our EGP system. Especially system usage is really low. Then we're trying to combine all 3 kind of IT system into one single system. Now we are using the tender.gov.APPeN. It's including all functionality of public procurement law of Mongolia. Then IT development is the never end because every day we are creating the new models and new features because we are changing the rules and laws. Next, please. Of course, everyone facing the change management issues because when we start in the EGP system, everyone has very shocked. Everyone refusing them. What are you talking about? Why you organize trying to EGP electronically? What is the EGP system? But everyone is very refused. Everyone is going to traditional way, paper-based way. But stage 2, most of them are getting very angry. What is the EGP? This is the worst thing. There is too many hackers have. Why you don't using the EGP systems? In third stage, acceptance. Everyone accepting them. For example, in Mongolia, from the 2016, everyone accepting the using EGP systems. After the 4 years ago, ministries, provinces, some state-owned companies accepting our EGP systems because even though we have EGP system, state procurement agency is still using the EGP system, trying to integrate other IT systems, ministers not using them. From the 2016, everyone using our EGP system. Now we are third stage, it's a commitment. we are looking our good and bad practices, experience, and look at our benefits and failures. Then we are working on revisement of public procurement law, because our EGP system regulated by regulation of Ministry of Finance. Now we move to the regulate public procurement law. Cabinet is already approved, and we are submitted to the Parliament. Then this winter Parliament will approve our revisement of public procurement law, because Mongolian public procurement law based on ancestral paper-based ancestral version. Now we move into the last version of ancestral model law. Next, please. This is our basic statistics. For example, 2020, almost 22,000 tender are organized EGP system. Now it's become 25,000 tender organized EGP system, but the budgets of this year is almost same. Whatever it's increasing the tender notice, maybe it's pandemic influences. For example, no bidders tender are increasing the last year because in Mongolia we have very difficult problems. Russia, we located in between the Russia and China. China is following the zero COVID rule. Russia has lots of conflicts between Ukraine and Russia. That's why Mongolian economy is very difficult situation. That's why no bidders tender is increasing last year. Of course, procuring entities are always increasing. If you look at the number of tender and number of bidders, last 2 years decreasing the average numbers of bidders. Anyway, we did not stop the development of the EGP system, but system usage is always increasing, but average number of bidders is decreased by some economical issues. Next, please. This is our system statistics tender notice per week. If you look at week end of February, there is most high tender published our EGP system, because we have 4 seasons. For example, construction and kindergarten public procurement should be as soon as possible after the state budget approved. Unfortunately, most of them did not start their public tendering. That's why some of the construction and kindergarten projects are delayed. Last year, we are trying to start after the state budget approved. That's why end of February, organized tender is so higher than other months. Next, please. Also, we are trying to implement framework agreement regulations. We always increase in the framework agreement contracts. For example, last year, number of orders using the e-shopping system was almost 34,000 times. Number of items under the framework agreement is the 181 items under the framework agreement. Number of contracts is almost 500. Total amount of contract using the framework agreement is over the 130 billion Tugruks. Savings was 27 billion Tugruks. we are trying to increase our items classifications using the framework agreement, especially in medical sector. During the pandemic, during the COVID-19, we start using the emergency using drugs and medicines under the framework agreement. It reduced the time and cost savings. Next, please. For example, it's a remdesivir. It's a most used medicine or drug or something like that in COVID-19. Unit price was reduced by 80 to 37%. It depends on when it purchased. All of hospitals ordered remdesivir using our e-shopping systems. 6 of Mongolian medical suppliers supplied this remdesivir. Saving was almost 7 billion tugruks. Total amount of remdesivir order amount was 8 billion tugruks. It's shows us if we make it transparently, if you make it how to say it's a commonly used goods is more suitable for framework agreement, e-shop and malt methods. For example, emergency procurement is the best way to use in the framework agreement during the COVID-19. That was the very good example was COVID-19. Next, please. Next. Next, please. Of course, we have using the open contracting data standard. We following the open contracting data standard. Our system is automatically generating OCDS data. Unfortunately, we started OCDS standard 2017. Just 3 years ago. Since 3 years ago, NGO and civil society using our data. When we start, nobody understand what is the OCDS, what is the open data, what is the benefits, what is the statistics, what is the spending of government. Now people understand benefits of OCDS and open data, and then some of guys making some dashboards and something like that. Maybe it become also we make it all contracts and contract implementation data publish it in our EGP systems. For example, last week Mongolian biggest mining company, Ertes Tavantolga, published all contract implementation because even though our system has functionality, but the system users sometimes did not did not fill in the data. That's why we push to fill data and make it more transparent. Next, please. Also, we trying to increase data exchange between other systems. Even though we developed our EGP system, we need to wait other IT systems. For example, we waiting for higher education diploma license information to connect just 10 years. Just last year, we connected the higher education license, higher education diploma information. Now all IT systems which are maintained by other government agencies is connected to EGP system. Then we can easily check eligible bidders without human interaction. Next, please. Next. Next, please. Next, please. Next. This is our new public channel on Telegram because every day tender is published. When we search from our EGP portal, maybe it's difficult. If tender notice in message mode, for example, Telegram or Viber or Facebook Messenger or something like that, it's easy to check. For example, phone is ringing, check the message, someone publishing the tender. Yeah, that's our new channel on Telegram. Unfortunately, now it's only 1,000 subscribers. We're trying to increase. Also, we created a new bot. This bot should private notification to our system users. For example, you are awarded or you are rejected or something like that. Also, you have to decide this tender within the 5 years or to evaluation committee members or something like that. We have 3 kind of user types, and also this tender go bot is also working all of user types. For example, if you are a company, if you are suppliers, they should send participation. They have a new tender published. You have a special permission from Ministry of Construction. You have your financial commitment is financial report is suitable for this tender. You have to participate this tender, etc. Then this is the very best way to increase our system usage and our system usage interactions, I think. Next, please. As I mentioned that we working on draft revision of public procurement law. Our revision focusing the 4 criteria. First one is a reduction of human involvement. Second one is to open the increase in the transparency. Third one is to make more easy to participate. Last one is the more accountability. And this year we Parliament will approve this revision of public procurement law, and we will regulate EGP system into the public procurement law. Next, please. Also, we creating the new system called Mind Golia. It's like G-Cloud from UK. For example, in Mongolia, most of procuring entities did not organize the IT tenders. For example, technical requirement is the most useful, most important for IT development, but most of procuring entities did not develop their specification. That's why we moved to the cloud first methodology. Then we're creating the new e-catalog systems called Mind Goal. Our goal is the mining to mine, because we are our economy based on the mining. Then we move to the mining to mind. Next, please. Also, we're creating the our web portal, new web portal, new design. We will launch in January, next January, and finally, I'm just a software developer. I'm working on last decade on the Mongolian EGP systems, and lots of difficult things happened and good things happened for me. Then I would like to say never stop, never afraid, just to do it, just to change it. Then IT development is the never stop. Every day is working our AGP systems and keep going, guys. And thank you so much. And last picture is next, please. This is our last face-to-face conference, but it's last 2 years we organized this conference virtually, but face-to-face meeting is the very best way to exchange our ideas and knowledge. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Sambu, for this detailed presentation. You've shared your journey, the developments, the challenges, of course, and the achievements of the system in Mongolia. You've also highlighted the way ahead, quite a bit of work to do. I do want to say how I enjoyed your graphic that you started with earlier when you mentioned you started with shock and denial. So I chuckled at that because, of course, that is the case of so many other countries who are indeed on a similar journey. So thank you so much for sharing with us your journey in Mongolia. I would like to present now the final speaker for this session, Ms. Nino Grammer Kelly. Thank you so much. And please come up. You have the podium.
Hello, everyone, and thanks to ADB for this brilliant event. My presentation is about emergency procurement during COVID-19 and in the post-COVID period through electronic system. 2020-2021 were characterized by serious difficulties and challenges due to the situation entitled by the outbreak of the pandemic worldwide, the high rate of spread of the virus, and imposed restrictions have had great impact on the development of the economy.
Shall I get you some?
No, thank you. Since the spread of the virus caused significant negative impact on both businesses and private sector, as well as on the condition of the citizens, it became necessary to find additional resources for the assistance, direct assistance to both businesses and citizens. For these purposes, the government of Georgia developed, next slide please, and developed an anti-crisis plan, and new programs were reflected on the state budget. For example, pandemic-related healthcare costs, including access to the vaccine for COVID-19, also social protection of the population, business support issues, allocation by the anti-crisis plan, and other additional packages promoting the economy. In order to implement all above mentioned programs, the government of Georgia applied to the State Procurement Agency of Georgia to implement all above mentioned activities. So, State Procurement Agency of Georgia, next slide please, as an independent central purchasing body, deal with the outlined goals and commitments in the proper and successful way. So present presentation is about and includes the information about emergency procurement activities in Georgia. But before I will review the emergency procurement activities in Georgia, I should point out that State Procurement Agency of Georgia has fully electronic system. Next slide, please. The current electronic system of state procurement was launched in Georgia in 2010. The electronic system of state procurement is an official portal which ensures open, transparent, and competitive environment for any interested person. The system operation is ensured by the State Procurement Agency of Georgia, and so the system can be used for any interested person, but the registration in the system is mandatory only for the suppliers and purchasing bodies. Next slide, please. The system has the search option, which allows the user to quickly, easily, and comfortably find any tender-related information. In order to participate in electronic tender, a supplier should be logged in under own username and password. Once the supplier is logged in the system, the window like this will be displayed on the screen with the following functional buttons. Next, please. Current procurement. By pressing this button, you will see the list of tenders in which deadline of submission of bid expires today or has already expired. Next. CMR, it means contract management reports. By pressing this button, you will see the list of contracts signed on the basis of direct or simplified procurement. Next. CON, it means consolidated or centralized procurement, and by clicking this button you will see the list of contracts signed on the basis of centralized procurement. Next, please. Favorites. By pressing this button you will see the list of tenders you are participated or have participated in. Next, please. Profile. By pressing this button you will see the information you entered in the system, and last one, users. By pressing this button you will see the list of users registered in our system. Despite the difficulties caused by the COVID pandemic, State Procurement Agency of Georgia continued to conduct efficient procurement through the electronic system. According to our legislation, we have three following type of purchases through electronic system. First is direct or simplified procurement, second electronic tenders, and third is centralized or consolidated tenders, which means that central purchasing body, in our case State Procurement Agency, announces large volume of procurements for other purchasing bodies. So returning to the general statistics, next slide please. In 2020, the total value of state procurement contracts concluded for the purchase of various goods and services through electronic and centralized or consolidated tenders amounted approximately to 4,700 million Georgian lari, which is 82% of the total volume of the state procurement, and the total value of the contract signed on the basis of the direct procurement is 18% of the total procurement. It amounted to approximately 1 billion Georgian lari. Thus, the total cost of all type of state procurement made during 2021 equaled approximately 6 billion Georgian lari, which is approximately 10% of country's gross domestic product. Sorry. It should be emphasized. It should be emphasized here that a large number of direct procurement were due to the management of the coronavirus pandemic. The purchases made in 2021 look like this. Next slide, please. Direct procurement, which were made only for the purchase of pharmaceutical products and medicines, medical devices, totaled approximately 52 million Georgian lari. These purchases were carried out by different purchasing bodies and purchased different type of goods, which for which the centralized or consolidated tenders was not announced. Second, next slide. Second is electronic tenders, which were implemented for the purchase of pharmaceutical products and consumables, totaled approximately 146 million Georgian lari. Similarly, both simplified procurements and electronic tenders were carried out by purchasing bodies and purchased such types of medical goods for which the centralized tenders was not announced. And next slide, please. Centralized tenders, which were announced by the State Procurement Agency of Georgia. In 2021, through the e-procurement system, hundreds of centralized centralized tenders were announced, and various purchasing bodies purchase medical goods, and of course not only the medical goods, through consolidated tenders. We think that it's efficient way because we have an economy of state budget. Also, it is possible to bring the purchased goods into the compliance with the internationally recognized standards, and also centralized procurement increases the level of interest of businesses and level of competition. And also in the field of the public procurement, the level of interagency awareness increases. As indicated in the table, in 2021, the most centralized, previous slide please. The most centralized tenders were announced for the purchase of medical goods, specifically medicines. In total, 139 tenders for medicines were announced in 2021 with a total value of 33 million Georgian lari. So returning to the general returning to the general statistics and review the trends that emerged during the pandemic. Next slide, please. In 2020, up to approximately 31,000 open electronic tenders were announced, which is the 24% higher than the previous year. This is due to the easing of restrictions and regulations due to the COVID pandemic. As you may know, medical goods in Georgia mostly are imported. However, during COVID-19, several enterprises were established in Georgia with the support of government, and of course these newly established enterprises were joined public procurement system, and we hope they will continue to work actively in the field of public procurement. So in addition, according to the current data, we have a growing number of dynamics of economic activity in Georgia, and we predict that that due to the easing of restrictions and regulations related to the pandemic, even more companies will be interested in the state procurement. Currently, in the post-COVID period, the State Procurement Agency of Georgia continues to work actively to improve the current legal framework, current electronic system, which ensures to create more favorable environment for business companies. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Nino, for that comprehensive presentation on the experience of Georgia during the COVID-19 pandemic. We very much appreciate you and the information you've shared today, and likewise for all our participants. Now, I do believe that we are right on time for the next activity, which is lunch. We are scheduled to start lunch at 12:15. It is now 12:16 p.m. So we did a great job at recovering the time lost earlier. So I want to thank you for your efficiency. in helping us to do so. I will state quickly that lunch will be held in the same location as it was held yesterday. I see we may have one question, and I was actually going to invite you for all questions to speak to your panelists over lunch. Is it a burning question? It is burning. Okay, I will allow you. One question. Make sure the mic is on, please. Yes, thank you.
So there is rather a suggestion that is important. If you are unable to ask a question in knowledge exchange, then one can imagine what quality it will add. We are developing authorities and we are learning many things.
From which?
I'm from Pakistan, Managing Director of Authority. And by profession, I'm a civil servant. So that is why I'm giving this observation. You have a very good activity. You have a rich informative sessions. You have resource persons like these. But the request I'm going to make that these, if there is no sessions of questions and interactions, so I have a request to make that these presentations we could have attended from our countries online. The value was to interact and ask questions and see people with each other. So these activities could have expanded over 3 days at least, so that we could interact. This is something for you to observe for the next time. So anyone coming here, learn something and go back. And secondly, in a bracket of 72 or 80 hours, I have to fly for more than 20 hours. So I had arrived in the middle of the night, day before yesterday, and I'll be leaving today in the middle of the night again. So if my wife asks what did I see in Manila, I will say 19th floor of Discovery Suites. So you could have given one extra day for us to relax and see each other. So this was a general suggestion for you for the next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a very important burning point that you have raised, and we will take that into account. In order for you not to lose the opportunity that you are present here on the ground in Manila, we do recommend that you make use of the opportunities to dialogue over the breaks. The coffee breaks this afternoon will be given, also to dialogue during the lunch period, which is scheduled right now. So we will, however, take into account what you have said, and we do take that as a sign of great interest in the presentations. We know that we've packed some of the panels with 3 or 4 presenters, and perhaps next year going forward we can reduce that number to 2 and keep the time for Q&A, but we do take that as positive feedback. Thank you very much, everyone, and we will see you back here at 1:30 p.m. Do, as I said, take the opportunity to meet with presenters during the break and ask any questions you may have. Thank you for your time. It is a privilege. The session number 9. So this session is going to be on digital transformation of EGP. So I'm very, very pleased to be the moderator for this digital transformation session, and we're very honored to be joined by senior officials from both India and Indonesia. So could I please welcome Pak Al Sipombing to the stage, and Pak Al is from LKPP in Indonesia, which is the Central Procurement Agency, and Ms. Usha Saxena, who is from the National Informatics Center for the Government of India. Thank you. So both countries, both India and Indonesia, are acknowledged as leaders in e-procurement. They're both members of the G20, so some of the larger members of the ADB. And they've implemented their own systems at all levels of government. So that's local government, central government, and they have a number of different systems. And they're both undergoing digital transformation. And digital transformation was one of the 3 priorities for the Indonesian presidency of the G20, which has just ended. So
just to reintroduce myself, just in case you didn't catch my session yesterday, I'm Sarah Cockreeve. I've been working for 35 years in procurement. Started off in the public sector, and I was a director of the Central Procurement Agency of the UK, and I also worked at ADB, and I was also the head of the New Zealand Aid Programme, and worked extensively in Asia and Pacific. And I'm very, very happy to be here with you. And particularly to talk about the exciting session on digital transformation. So we've seen some very exciting developments today in e-procurement, and we heard from Mr. Lee Yong-wook of the Korea Public Procurement Service that they are reducing their 20 systems to one single window, and they're introducing artificial intelligence and big data, and they're providing a curation service to recommend products to buyers. And we also heard earlier today that they have different government procurement malls for their women-owned businesses and for green products, for example. They are also using chatbots for user help and cloud-based systems to provide uninterrupted service. And some other types of transformation that I've seen that I'm working on at the moment is using artificial intelligence for training. So, for example, buyers are able to negotiate against an avatar, and they get rated on how well their negotiations have gone. Very good for people who don't like to talk in front of other people. Introverts, as we'll call them in New Zealand. So there are lots of tools that you can use to improve your procurement, whether it's online systems or online training. So I know that you're going to be equally impressed by the stories from the presenters today. And please, if you're online, don't forget to ask questions in the Q&A box for Zoom. And I will try to reserve some time so that you can ask questions at the end of the session. So our first presenter today is Pak Al Sepombing. So since 2020, Pak Al has been the Deputy Director and Coordinator of Monitoring, Evaluation and Dissemination at Indonesia's National Public Procurement Agency, APPeN. Al has a master's degree in urban management and a bachelor's degree in statistics, and he will present on Indonesia's digital transformation. So please go ahead, Pat.
Thank you so much, Sarah, and thank you so much, ADB, for having me here for this conference. As Sarah already introduced me, I'm working in National Public Procurement. It's famous with the name of LKPP. So LKPP obliged to develop the strategies and the policy in terms of the public procurement. So at this moment, we are working on with the civil law. At this moment, we are carried out for the national policy regarding for the whole procurement in Indonesia. In terms of the digital transformation, yeah, we already carried out some steps, look forward with the transformation. And Indonesia already conducted the e-procurement since 2005, actually, when I saw Charlene's presentation from yesterday, I thought we need some clarification with the data. Charlene mentioned that Indonesia still in the e-note, but we already conducted the e-procurement. Okay, for the presentation, would you please to go to the next slide? Yeah, LKPP, or National Public Procurement, we have the mission to implement, to apply the government procurement or the public procurement in a rapid way, in effective and efficient tools. And we establish an efficient government procurement market. And then we ensure a competitive business environment, and try to build an innovative and integrated agency in leading the country procurement reform that we call LKPP. We find the alternative for the vendors and also the buyers how to gather in the simple market, not very complicated. Specific also when in 2020, when the pandemic COVID-19, it really impacts to all countries, including Indonesia, and we make the regulation how to interact between vendors and buyers. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah. The government commitment, as I mentioned before, we developed the implementation of electronic based government needs and the services by utilizing information technology and improving public services. So the point is how the public service can be delivered to the users, and then we can generate the economic growth of Indonesia. And also at the existing condition, as I mentioned in the beginning, that Indonesia already had the e-procurement system. We have, at this moment, we have the, we call it SPSE, in other words, e-procurement system version 4.5. And it includes for the vendor management systems. We have the e-catalog, as from India term, they have like that. We have Bela Pengadaan in Indonesia term. It's specifically for the SMEs, for the threshold below 50 million rupiah. It's around 5,000 US, something like that. And the information technology development, so we try to develop the rapid changes in the IT development technology, and we want to adapt with the artificial intelligence, blockchain, Internet of Things, or the other improvement tools. Next slide, please. Yeah, nowadays we already conducted several assessments, ladies and gentlemen. Some assessment really relate with the benchmarking of the best international practices. We are assisted by ADB as well, Galia. Thank you for Galia, to identify how the digital transformation procurement for all level can conduct, not only for the government but also for the public sector. I mean, the private sector can use our procurement system as well. And to assess the existing e-procurement system and the related business process, as well as identify gaps for delivering the intended digital procurement system, and to develop a practical roadmap for the transformation of the current system and business process to become a digital government procurement system. So yeah, as I mentioned before, the roadmap really impact not only for the system but also with the institutional structure, especially for LKPP. LKPP has a lot of burden nowadays to provide for the regulation, for the policy, as well as the system for public procurement, and also for delivering the needs of the user, not only for the national budget, but also we can provide for the public needs. So regarding the budget resources, it can be from the loan and grant as well, but also how the needs can be delivered to public, so we can manage with that. Next slide, please. Yeah, the objectives of digital procurement transformation to improve reliability of procurement process, outputs, and outcomes. So in order to get value for money, yeah, at the end of the day, it can provide the public services. And then to develop the digital government marketplace to create some alternative places for buyers and vendors. They can meet each other in the system, and then enhance market access for SMEs. Yeah, for the example, Bela Pengadaan, that's one of the tool that we provide for the SMEs. To enhance the chances for a cross-border transaction, to move towards procurement database policy and decision. Nowadays also the government of Indonesia already come up with the one single data center. So it means that all of ministries, all of region government, if they want to conduct the procurement, they should deliver the data only one data center. We are still doing like that. The regulation already published, and now we are still discussing how to do the technical issue. And moving towards procurement database policy initiation, as I told you before, and improve public monitoring system. This is also one of the issues that we have to carry out. The monitoring evaluation is still struggling. It can be useful for the procurement plan as well as the monitoring, how to evaluate the implementation of the procurement in Indonesia. For the EGP system, for the next slide, please. Yeah, I want to show you the diagram here. I hope all of you can see the diagram. This is the existing condition of the national procurement system in Indonesia. So as you saw from the my presentation here, there is a like linkage flow, yeah. So started from the planning, yeah. We have the procurement plan system. We call it SIRUP, yeah. I hope you can see it, yeah. SIRUP. SIRUP can be can come from the ministries, and as well as from the local government. So Indonesia consists of a lot of provinces. We are island countries, and we hope that the systems can be implemented as well for the local government. So when you see at the above boxes at the left side, so there are ministries, institutions, that's for the central government, and the second box is for the local government. So when the local government as well as the ministry want to conduct the procurement, they have to submit the procurement plan through SIRUP. We call it, the system is SIRUP procurement plan. So as a starting point, they have to give the procurement plan to LKPP, to us. And then afterwards, if they want to conduct a tender, yeah, they have to follow our platform, our systems. And then if they want to buy from the marketplace, we have e-catalog. So actually they have 3 choices actually, but I mentioned here only 2 because the other one, we call it Swaklola. It's like self-managed by the ministry or the local government, and it's still not digital tools. Yeah, so I excluded in the boxes. So they can conduct e-tendering and marketplace. And afterwards, it goes to the financial application of institution. So if you see e-contract, yeah, how the vendors or the participants already got the bids and they have to sign the e-contract, right? And afterwards, the payment. Indeed, the payment is still conducted on offline, not in a digital way. This is also one of our issues in Indonesia. The existing condition, the source to pay is still what you call it. The payment is still part of excluded from the this procedure. This is the condition, the existing condition. And we have also the supporting system. So as you seen from the below boxes, we have vendor management system. Yeah. So the vendors, if they want to participate to the public procurement, they have to register to our system. We call it vendor management system. And also we have like user management system. User management system is like how to evaluate the vendors after they conducted the project. So they have the performance evaluation with the user management system. And then we have also the other application related with payment. So payment, it means like for if the vendors, they need to support, they need some support regarding with the what you call it, capital flow or financial issue, they can go to the systems. It managed by Ministry of Finance. Next slide, please. I think I have already explained this one with the diagram before. I think we can skip. Yeah. With the maintenance and development challenges, yeah. I believe all of country have challenges regarding their systems. Yeah, at this moment we are struggling how to provide the best system or the best practice for the vendors and buyers in order to get the rapid needs, in order to provide the public service. This is the main issue actually in Indonesia, how the platform can be more effective, efficient, and rapid. So it can be very fast because the need somehow the ministry or the users really want to okay, I want to have the needs, let's say 2 months afterwards or next week. It's like, okay, we have to think how it can be delivered. Especially when we are facing the pandemic, this is also become the issue. And the second one, the adaptation to new technologies, as I mentioned before, like blockchain and what you call it, integrated workflow engines and open source of COTS platform, yeah, to determine which technology provide the best opinion, the best option to deliver the next generation of e-procurement and other applications. So the condition in Indonesia is not trying to make everything digitized, but how to deliver the needs become more effective to achieve the value for money and also to adapt with the technology. And the challenges is how to to develop the new system environment should be designed as a centralized service incorporating all existing functions, including ICB, international competitive bidding, so that for the foreigners can also participate for the public procurement in Indonesia to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness for users. So if I would say the trend is keeping change for in 90s to 2020s, our system, if I would say, change rapidly. Next slide, please. This is our journey, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. In 2000, Indonesia already experienced in procurement reform. So it based on the presidential regulation, LKPP obliged to develop the regulation more transparent, competitive, as well as the system. Strengthening procurement professional and institution, yeah. So this is part of the procurement reform that LKPP or Indonesia had. Afterwards, in 2005, yeah, the e-procurement system converted. Yeah, we have the e-procurement. So the electronic tools that Indonesia already had, it started in 2005. So it started from the announcement, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, and then go beyond the announcement. We started with the e-tendering. Yeah, this is for the pioneer of the e-tendering in 2005. And the strengthening the capacity as well. So the transformation is not only regarding with the system, but we have to concern with the human resources. How the operators, how the human resources can adapt as well with the system. So LKPP strengthened the capacity of procurement professionals. So go 2008, yeah, the e-tendering rolled out nationwide. So we delivered the system to whole local government, yeah, as well as for the SCB also. We developed the system for the ICB, and for 2010, the policy in Indonesia changed, yeah. We have the new presidential regulation. So the changes were about the procurement institution. Yeah, we have like in 2010, LKPP built like procurement unit of each local government, such like our representative in local government. So whenever they want to conduct the procurement, they can execute by themselves. They know what they are that they wanted to do, and they can decide it, execute it, the procurement by themselves. And 2012, we developed the e-catalog. Yeah, we have three kind of catalog, e-catalog, distinguished with the variation of needs. So we have national catalog, we have as well sectoral catalogs, and we have local catalog. So national catalog consists of for the strategical needs, yeah, and for the sectoral catalog, for example, for medical tools, we put it in the sectoral catalogs, and for the local catalogs, each of local government, they can build their own catalog, their own marketplace, so they can buy the needs in a rapid way. And then in 2018, we have the new presidential regulation, again in public procurement, Indonesia kept changing the regulation because the changing era, the changing condition, so the policy must consider the condition. So we made the update procurement procedure. We have the procurement agent. So the procurement agent consists of the ministries, can be ministry, the unit of ministries, or it can become from the suppliers. So the suppliers can, for example, the consultant. Consultant can be also as a procurement agent. They can conduct as a procurement unit as well, since the needs, a lot of variation that have to deliver, so we need some partners. We call it procurement agent. And then we have the procurement institution roll out mainstreaming elect procurement. Afterwards, bela pengadaan, as I told you before, this is for specifically the SMEs. We built in 2020 and 2021. We revised again the presidential regulation about public procurement or government procurement. Next slide, please. Okay, where are we going? This is a good question. Okay, I already mentioned where is our position. And now where are we heading to? We tried to integrate a lot of applications, a lot of systems which were built by alliance ministries. Since Indonesia give the opportunity for whole ministries or local government regarding their platform, regarding their tools. So, okay, KPP started to get confused. How? I think we need to make some integration. It's not really good to make like variation of tools. So, okay, change it and we integrate. So why the red boxes? We have like non-tendering, non-purchasing, and iswakelola, excluding the other system that ministries or local government have. We try to make everything is electronic. For non-tendering, for the threshold below 200,000, 200 million rupiah, for the SMEs as well. It's still conducted with the manual, but now we want to make it to be electronic tool, as well as the swakelola or self-manage. So we get there to be one and directly to the e-contract. And afterwards, we have we want to have the e-monitoring evaluation. We call it APPeN. At this moment, we already developed it, but we want to make some progress. We want to make like some innovation with APPeN, and it can be integrated also with the administration modules at the above boxes. The existing condition from syrup until APPeN is not really integrated. So we want to try to be integrate, combine, and link each other. So whenever the government want to know the condition or the public procurement in Indonesia, AML can be the tools to answer it. Yeah. So also like if you see DWH procurement here, so it's about the database warehouse. So from CRUP, we have the data, and in the future, we will also have the data how the result of the procurement. So that's the data warehouse procurement. It's included for the integration of codification. Yeah, as we know, also codification in procurement, a lot of variation. Yeah, in line ministry, they have their own codification. In our system also, we have our own codification. So how to link the codification that also become the issue. And then it can goes to the below boxes e-contract. Yeah, we have the budget application or budget platform and other platform. Yeah, it can link with the financial issue, and at the end of the day, it can go to the final beneficiary. Okay, next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the principle of digital transformation we are heading to, first of all, how to make the strategic alignment. We come up with the LKPP strategic plan. Yeah, this is the institution, the one institution in Indonesia which developed the platform as well. We hope in the strategic plan, yeah, the vision is how to automate and record full source to pay cycle. Yeah, as I mentioned before, the payment though is still excluded from the environment of public procurement. And the second one, targeted growth. Yeah, it's regarding with the SMEs again, disadvantaged groups and supply of local goods and services. The third one, leadership. Yeah, this is regarding with our institution. And the fourth one, big data. Yeah. The fifth, the governance, yeah, process ensure as much internal expenditure as possible is planned, transacted and approval through platform, achieving transparency over financial commitments and managing related roles and opportunities. Related legislation, regulation, and process require data and system to be used fairly and ethically to support the government policies. And public value for the e-government procurement also use public fund effectively. Yeah, this is the principle for our digital transformation. And also the user-centered design. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay. This is the roadmap. Yeah, I tried to figure out what we are going to relate with the roadmap. It started in 2020, yeah, where the phase 0, yeah, the procurement computerization. As I mentioned, that we tried to make everything uses the electronic tools, yeah. So the IT services are silos. Line ministries, they have their own systems. The semi-automated quality assurance, yeah, the identification of application used from other institutions, yeah, including the local governments, and seeing the manual procedures that we still conducted. This is the phase 0. In 2021, we went to the phase 1. the procurement digital connectivity. So how the IT services can be integrated, yeah, into the entire national procurement digital business process. And afterwards, we go to the phase 2. This is about the procurement digital feasibility. Yeah, we hope all of the environment of the public procurement can be feasible to this digitized or the transformation. And the phase 3, procurement digital transparency, until to the phase 4, procurement predictive capacity, and the phase 5, procurement adaptability. So the point is how to adapt the changing IT to deliver the needs. We hope in 2024, we can manage with the phase 5. Next slide, please. Now, the next question is, what are the main impediments? It's not an easy work. We have challenges also with the organization. LKPP is the institution, as I mentioned, yeah, we have role to provide the policy for any kind of stakeholders. Delivery model and business model, change management program budget. This has also become the challenge for us. The human resources management, the skills, the IT literacy still also exists. If we compare with the Eastern Indonesia, for example, Papua, the IT literacy is so horrible. So this is how we can manage with that. The information technology and data management, intended functionalities, how is it going? The business process, regulation. This is the umbrella law that Indonesia can conduct the public procurement. To identify what is the problematic in content, the conflicting with the other regulation, for example, finance regulation or trade regulation or construction regulation, need of additional future regulation. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, at this moment, we are, LKPP is carrying out the civil law. Yeah, we are making the civil law for the public procurement. We hope through the civil law can be answered, can be the answers of the needs regulation challenge. Next slide, please. The EGP in Indonesia, yeah, I already mentioned also in the diagram, the reporting tools, yeah, about the monitoring and evaluation, the system design, yeah, the system design do not support automatic notification services for opportunity of interest. The SPSE, this is the procurement system, does not use standard classification with a detailed commodity. This is, I told you about the codification, yeah, and the procurement data. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I already mentioned in my previous slides. I think you can also read from my presentation. Next slide, please. Yeah, here, the EGP roadmap. Yeah, I tried to deliver the roadmap or to the plan. Yeah, I delivered into three periods, yeah, short terms, the mid terms, and the long terms. What can we do in short term? Yeah, there are several steps or several ways, yeah, that can be developed or that can be created, yeah. For example, the cybersecurity verification, centralized supplier registration in vendor management system, yeah. To add automated email notification services, functional enhancement, customer support services, and so on and so on. You can read through my presentation. And the midterm, yeah, for the example, yeah, we can adapt with the e-procurement related with SaaS service to update e-contract, one data policy again, change management, communication strategy, yeah, big data analytics, adopt a common data standard, yeah, and the long term, yeah, we can do with the complaint management, yeah, continuous improvement, research, and innovation. Next slide, please. Yeah, I already mentioned this. Next slide, please. Okay, so I think, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, in Indonesia now we are trying to adapt the best practices around the world. We try to figure out how to find or how to grasp the best tools in order to get the needs in effective and efficient way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pakal. It's a big ask in Indonesia, 653 systems to integrate and lots of regulatory reform, but you've been doing a great job there. So I'd now like to invite our second presenter to the podium. Her name is Usha Saxena, and she has a master's in computer applications and has worked for 30 years. You must have started at the age of 2. In the National Informatics Centre, which is a premier science and technology institution of the Government of India. She's led the countrywide implementation of the government electronic procurement system since 2013. So Usha, please.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, ADB. Thank you, Ms. Galia, and your team for this wonderful workshop in person after a long time. All the delegates, participants from various countries, very good afternoon. I hope the post-lunch session is not very tough on all of you. I'll try to be as brief as possible so that we can take up questions towards the end. Next slide, please. I would be speaking on the topic assigned on digital transformation because of this electronic procurement EGP system in India. Next slide. I basically come from work with Government of India, National Informatics Center, which is in, next slide. I think we have a wrong presentation, doesn't matter, one version older, it doesn't matter. I come from National Informatics Center, which is an attached office in Ministry of Electronics and IT. Why I am stressing this is that we are a set of IT professionals. We have offices from the headquarters, that is in New Delhi, the capital, to every province capital and till the district level. And the primary work is to support IT activities, IT provide design, development, software and all. So this software platform EGP is developed by a bunch of software professionals, IT professionals, in association with the policy makers at various levels. We have one of the most important policy maker here, Mr. Sanjay Agrawal, whom you have all met yesterday also, who heads the procurement policy division. And we have received constant support from him for various policy matters. I very firmly believe that no system can be developed without a policy framework. During the tea break and other sidelines, we have been discussing many things, but first you have to have a policy, then comes the IT system based on that policy, and then comes the implementation. If the implementation is not good enough, the IT system just cannot do anything, no matter what and how much technology you put into it. And if there is no policy, the IT system won't, it would separate out. It won't stand cohesive as a unit. So these are the few learnings which I have, no matter how much time it takes, maybe 10 years down the line, 15 years down the line, capacity building is a constant activity which is needed, which needs our new people who go on transfer. India, is a massive country, as my colleague yesterday has already explained about the geographical, language, linguistic, it's a bunch of multiple countries. So many of you put together, what challenges you face, we face single-handed. So we have to address all that, and that's the primary success is because if you have a proper scheduled capacity building and complaint escalation. So going forward, yeah. So this EGP was developed way back in 2007-8, and over the last 15 years we have been implementing it across the country. At present we are covering 31 states and union territories. States is the provinces, and around 700 central government entities, which facilitates national as well as global tenders.